Muchas gracias, afición. Este es para vosotros. ¡Sí!
All right. Oh man. Apologies, guys. I'm a little bit late again today, but what's new? um, it's a wet Thursday, isn't it, guys? But how are y'all doing, Mr. Kerms, Miss Kermit, Isaac? Yo, what is up? Oh, my green man is still up. Today is not about the green man. Today is different. We're not talking about the green man today, of course. We are jumping back into Diablo. But how is everyone doing on this very fine Thursday? Digidon, thank you so much for the biddies. Welcome in. The biddy, I should say one biddy. Hope everyone's doing great. It's a pretty chill, it's a pretty cool Thursday, I would say. So cool, so nice is the weather. Dare to head on out for a jog earlier on today. So I'm sure some of you may feel that it's a little bit draggy now. Today is a little bit draggy because of the very nice and cool weather we have out there. Some of you probably have taken a nap from time to time. But you know what, guys? What better time to play your games than on a wet day itself? Man, not I'm being wet, but you know, the weather in general is being wet. The weather's been a little bit crazy as of late, so I hope you guys get your rest in, get your sleep in, drink lots of water, guys, because it's a little bit. What's new with Singapore weather, right? It's always up and down all around. It either gets really hot and humid, or it gets just too rainy or too wet, right? Supposedly now it's supposed to be monsoon season, but it doesn't feel that way. But yeah, the rain stopped earlier. I had to head on out. Of course, I had to head on out for a jog, which is the least I could do. In this nice weather, I mean, we don't get this weather. I mean, generally, a lot of people complain about the weather and stuff like that. But you know, I'll take whatever cool weather there can be. You know, here in Singapore, especially on days like this. All right, I have some bad news for you guys. Starting this stream off though, we are supposed to be playing Diablo 4 today. Unfortunately, my stupid Diablo 4, my stupid BNet is in the middle of updating the damn game. And apparently I can't play it until it gets updated. This shows how long I've not actually played Diablo 4. So I think we will have to do a little bit of just chatting for a bit before we drop on in. Here's the problem with games nowadays updating online half the time, right? You always have to wait for the patch to come in, or the patch to update the damn game itself before anything happens. So I am going to have to turn this stream to a little bit of just chatting before we hop on in. I mean, you guys can see for yourself down here. Yeah. This right here. You can understand why that. Look at this. It's still initializing, right? Goodness me. I don't know what's the heps. Actually, what's this? New story missions PvP call. Oh, by the way, yes, I do have a battle pass code for like Overwatch if any of you guys are interested. But yeah, unfortunately, we have to do a little bit of just chatting. Or shall we play a little bit of Zelda before we kick things off? Which means I'll have to change the title again. This is completely unexpected, by the way. I probably should have loaded up my Battle.net earlier, to get this running. So yeah, I am going to. Shall we switch games for a bit? Think no choice lah. Seriously, I don't know if this. We have re-enabled trading between players in Diablo 4. It says here. It says here we have re-enabled trade. Oh, like what? Was this like why did they stop trading in the game halfway through or something like that? I don't know. But this sucks, man. Like seriously, why am I like? Why is it taking so damn long to update itself? Okay, you know what? Maybe what I'll do is I'll close Battle.net and restart it because it seems like. Yeah, it's not moving at all, the damn thing. Does it usually take this long to get the update started? I doubt so, right? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna exit BNet for a bit. I really did want to play some Diablo 4 today, but looks like it's not gonna happen. Unless Battle.net decides to cooperate and start updating the damn game. What an L. Hey Isaac, welcome in. As you can see, hey Orangutan, hello, welcome in on the kick as well. How was everyone's Thursday? Yes, I am, as you can see, I'm stuck at 0%. I don't know why. Battle.net just loves to do this to me half the time. Especially when you don't play a game for a really, really long time. It tends to give you like it tends to throw this huge update at you, and then it just refuses to start initializing and stuff. Steam is spyware. This is not Steam. This is Battle.net. I think most gaming platforms are in a way a little. They do take your information a little bit. From yourself, but it's technically not spyware. Which is why you have to consent to certain things, you know, when you how you say when you download their software and stuff. Yes, Darth Chili, we are in the midst of updating our Diablo 4. It's not like I did not update it the last time around when the season started, right, guys? So I don't know why this is happening. But yeah, anyway, see, I want to help Blizzard, right? I want to make this game great, you know, but Blizzard just refuses to, you know, do things properly, and therefore, you know, it's like that. Anyway, shoutouts to a bunch of you people here. Darth Chili, welcome in. Good to have you here. I know they fixed a lot. Yo, hey Isaac, thank you so much for the sub. Oh man, sorry, your sub is blocked off by the shoutout. Thank you so much. I think this is your first time you're subbing to the stream, right, Mr. Isaac? Well, it's good to... Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Welcome to the Toasties and welcome to chat and emotes. Thank you, I much appreciate it. Yeah, I know they fixed a lot of things, but... I guess we have to play the waiting game with this. It's not working. Apparently, right? It's still, after I closed it and exited it, it's still not working. Isaac, hey, by the way, I appreciate the tweet that you did earlier yesterday, I believe. I don't know why. I just spend one day off of social media, right? Because yesterday was really, it was really a tough and busy day for me yesterday, and I didn't really have time to look at my socials and stuff. So I had to shift on over. I only got a chance to look at my Twitter and my Instagram, I think late at night. And then lo and behold, suddenly boom, you know, I had like 13 or like not even 20 over notifications from a guy called NF, was it NFK something? That's your Twitter handle, right? NFK Heim or something like that. And I was like, oh, this is Lowell Isaac. So yeah, thank you for putting out that tweet. I hope I made, you know, your day. TohVahKiin. Okay, sorry. I was half tired when I was looking at that tweet. The Roman sound clip gets you every time. Yeah, it's on purpose, right? Because we are doing it to acknowledge people. It's the greatest storyline going on in wrestling now at this point. Yeah. But yeah, hey, thank you for putting out that tweet. I'm very honored, and thank you. You know, I'm very appreciative. You know, sometimes you guys thank me for, you know, doing streams and being a streamer and creating all these funny moments for you guys. But you guys have no idea that actually we also appreciate you guys for making it so special for us. You know, yeah. So for that you get ara from StreamerBot. I really should turn off the StreamerBot ara thing because it throws me off sometimes. StreamerBot does this ara thing not because it's by design, right? It's supposed to go every time I say mom, which you see, sometimes it doesn't fire off exactly as it should. So I think I'm gonna deactivate this StreamerBot thing in just a bit. But yeah, you guys have no idea what it means to us as streamers to hear it from you guys that you guys enjoy our streams, that you guys had a great time watching us play these games. Because at the end of the day, we do this for you guys. And indeed, it is a small community. And Lowell Isaac, if you are planning to start streaming and if you need any help, we are here for you. You know. Yeah, we welcome you. We warmly welcome you into the streaming community, and let's just say you have my full support. I will pop by your streams as much as I possibly can because you know I'm a lecturer in the day. Generally, I'm a very busy person, so there's only a few streams that I can hop into. So you guys coming by to my streams, whether it is on Kick or on Twitch, it really does mean a whole lot to me. So thank you for putting that out. Thank you for reminding me why I do these things that I do, you know, in my free time when I could be doing anything else, like watching a game of soccer or whatever. Yeah, I am lost for words. That's all I can say. It's great to hear from you guys. And again, guys, I know this is going to segue into something that I'm also trying to do on my streams, but it is a survey that I've had for a while. If you would so kindly help me out with the survey, that would be really great. It's gonna help me improve my streams and stuff. Yeah. Thank you. That means a lot. It means a lot to me, Isaac. Even though my expressions and the way I put it sometimes does not say it, it really does mean a lot. And Perry, welcome in. Hello, Perry Nonic. Hey, Perry, when are you coming back to streaming, by the way? Shoutouts to Perry Nonic. Thank you so much for the sub, Dolo. By the way, there is... oh, wow. Why did I put Perry in? It did not even complete the...
So this is how brotherhood works.
Okay. Aha, okay, Ken. Oh, Dexifer is right here, right now.
Oh,
wait, Dex, I thought you were still outside. Yeah, Perry sauce.
Oh, no.
My favorite sauce in all of Nando's. Oh, but you're back home now? That's fantastic. That's good to hear. I know Kerms and you were out earlier on, so it's good to have you with us. I would love to dive into Diablo. What is that? Oh man, will I get banned for this? Is this? I don't know how to dance. Okay. Oh shit. Do I have to delete VOD? Perry, do I have to delete bot for this? What's going on? I haven't touched that in a long time. Yeah, I know, right?
Fine.
I have not touched it since 3 weeks ago. Ever since I started Breath of the Wild. And I think it looks like it has to be a Breath of the Wild kind of day already. Seeing as what's happening here. Like... Perry, where are you? Where are you? We shouted you out and you disappeared. Do you want to you mind explaining why are you dancing in the middle of Pokemon Unite? Dance boy, dance indeed, dance boy. Hello, hey Zan, welcome in. Hey, no worries, man, no worries. Hey Zan, it's good to see you here again. Zan, I've not been able to pop by your streams a whole lot as well, because I've been busy in the day. So it's so good to see you here. Yeah, I appreciate the look. Doesn't matter where you are from, where you come from, where you're at. Always appreciate you. So shout outs to my man Zan Lex over there on the kick. Homie, I appreciate you for being here again. Zanlex, one of the founders. Oh, so congrats, by the way, Zanlex. I didn't know you have the check mark. You are verified now on Kick. Holy crap! Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. Very, very happy for you. If you guys don't know who Zanlex is over on Kick, he is a amazing streamer. Plays a lot of Firelight 84, which is like a Battle Royale game. Chinese Battle Royale game. Some call it the Chinese spyware Battle Royale. But it's a fantastic game that I probably should go ahead and try out. Oh, finally D4 is okay, guys. We got some. Yeah, finally D4 is updating. Let's go. All right. Okay, looks like we don't have to hop back into Hyrule after all. So that's good. Thank you for the shout out. Yeah, Perry, you mind explaining why you were dancing in the middle of the stream of a Pokemon Unite stream of all things in red shorts? Oh, you're still playing Unite, right. Yeah, that would. Are you like in red shorts as well while you're playing it? He's in the middle of something really intense, as you can tell, because he can't look properly either. But either way, I understand. I'm just kidding, Perry. Yeah, go have fun in Unite with your fiance. It judged. No, Perry, did you see the shout out just now? It was playing a clip of you dancing in shorts. In short shorts. Red short shorts, of all things. Like, why? You may want to explain. I'm just asking you to explain that. Yeah, it's not that I'm judging. You allowed yourself to be judged. Bro, you're not helping your case. But anyway, like I said, we are supposed to jump right into Diablo 4. I'm just gonna shoot the breeze with you guys today. Before we start these things. Nothing to explain, it's just me dancing for subs. Guys, do I have to dance for subs? Like, seriously, you're dancing for... Wait, how many subs did that person, like, drop you? Like, seriously. Like, I will only dance for you guys if, let's say, there's like 10, like, you guys drop 10 subs on, like, Kick or something. Yeah. You forgot. That means it's not a very significant amount. It's not gonna work. That's not the point of being an underage girl. As a matter of fact, if you're underage, you're not supposed to be on Twitch or on Kick. Alright? It's illegal. Anyway, Tidal, welcome in. How is your Thursday? How is everyone doing today, man? We got nice weather. I hope you guys had a good meal, had a good dinner. You guys are enjoying yourself, snuggling up at home. If you're not out there, you know, taking a walk. Actually, you guys, I would recommend you guys going out for a walk if it's not raining just yet, because the weather is crisp. It's a perfect night, you know, to go out. I know Dexifer just came back home with Kerms. No, as in like you were out with Kermit earlier on, and yeah, the weather's beautiful today. So if you guys want, you can head on out there. Maybe you can have a yell. Oh no, God no. Okay, that trend, Dex, is long gone already. All right, let's let the past be in the past. Okay. Hey, it works for TikTok. I'm goddamn miserable. Why? Is it because of grading? Like, are you marking worksheets and stuff? Or is it because you can't go to TGS? By the way, guys, I do have this crazy plan of... I'm planning of going to TGS lah, like at the end of September, because my boss actually is going there on his own. I don't know if I should link up with him to go to... Yeah, I kid you not, guys. My RO, my reporting officer, aka my course manager, is going to TGS on his own expense. I'm not sure if I actually want to maybe I'm thinking of whether I should link up with him to go Tokyo Game Show. On the 7th month, guys, don't worry. After the rain, right? Nobody's burning jack shit today. Trust me. Alright? Maybe there will be. Maybe there will be. Yeah. But yeah. I know it's 7th month. Oh yeah, speaking of 7th month, yesterday come back already kena permeated with smoke and shit. Yeah. Definitely not a fun time. If it's not raining, yeah, definitely not a good time to go on for a walk, because people will be burning shit. Your house smells of smoke, man. Okay. If you're living on a very low level, or you're living on the ground floor, probably it's a good idea at this time to close the windows. I think there really needs to be a better way of handling all these burning and stuff like that, because now, even though the government, yes, has set aside designated areas for you to do your 7-month burning and sacrifice and all that stuff, I still think there needs to be more control, because I see a lot of people just doing all of that stuff on the roadside, and I know it's mostly the more traditional folks that are doing it. Because you guys, it's the younger people that understand the importance of courtesy and all that, right? I think most of them do. But it's a lot of these older folk that try to, take liberties with the law and stuff and just burn things on the roadside and stuff. But I think they are clamping down on a lot of it. It deters mosquitoes, though. Really? Does it really, though? Does it really? I mean, for me, because I stay, I think, like, on somewhere between the 10th and 15th floor. Can't really dox myself, right? I don't really get mosquitoes, so to me it's not really a win-win. I just get a bunch of ash coming into my house sometimes. But thankfully I have a mosquito netting, so that helps. Yeah, like I think one of the best investments I've had in my house is having a mosquito netting on my windows. I show you guys very quickly. Since D4 is still downloading, bloody hell. Quite appropriately mentioned, like bloody hell. But yeah, you guys know lah, my house already has like some sort of mosquito. Wait, this way. Like you guys can see, I have, yeah. If you look closely, I have like some sort of like mosquito netting down here, like going on here. So that already kind of helps block off like the dust and it does block a little bit of the rain when it does come. But other than that, yeah, blocks off dust, mosquito, insects, really solid. So I 100% recommend you guys like getting this if, let's say, you get your own house next time. So yeah, any new house owners, I would definitely recommend that. One can easily guess your floor by looking out the window, right? So guess lah, tell me what floor I'm staying on. You guys don't even know how high my block is. Yeah, anyway. For all you know, right? I'm like living on like the 30th floor or something like that, And these blocks out there are like high enough. But yeah. I also don't even dox my address, so it's fine, guys. Right? It's okay if I show you guys the outside and stuff like that. Yeah. Speaking of doxing, I think I have to start like removing some of my students from my IGs, yeah, because they kind of like started. Okay, so if you guys don't know, right? Okay, this is me bitching and complaining about work, but if my students are watching this, yeah, this is on you. Because I received a complaint today, or rather one of the students complained to one of my colleagues today that I have not been responsive to their messages. Because now the students are having their studio project, right? And I'm in charge of 3 groups. So one of them actually complained and said that Mr. Samuel never reply our messages. Why he never reply? You know, huh? Someone can go and eat Hai Di Lao on Tuesday. So I was indeed at Hai Di Lao. Okay, it was not Hai Di Lao. The student got it wrong anyway. I was at Beauty in a Pot on Tuesday night, right? Because it was a nice and cool night. My wife had vouchers to spend, so we decided to go for Beauty in a Pot. And then the student saw my Insta story, and then after that, yesterday I went to see that student, their particular group. She didn't really mention anything about that and stuff like that. But today, when I'm not around, and my colleague went to see their group, right, for studio project, this student started to complain and say that, oh, Mr. Samuel never replied to our messages, why never come and see us? Still can go and eat Hai Di Lao on Tuesday night, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, what does that have to do with me, like, visiting you guys or being, being there? And by the way, I'm in the middle, all the lecturers now are in the middle of grading as well, so we can't readily reply to all the students' messages for feedback. It's Tuesday night though, and you have exactly. No, but in the first place, what does that have to do with me, being responsive to your messages or not? Like, the fact, if I'm not replying to your messages, that means I'm busy with other work lah, And in the first place, right, this end of semester studio project, right, which is kind of like, okay, so in my course, right, the course that I teach, which is digital game art, they don't have exams, right? They don't sit down for a timed paper exam where they have to mark papers and do stuff and all and things like that, What they do have is a 2-week end of semester project where they have to do some things like, building a prototype, building, things in a game engine and stuff, and then submit it and present it to us at the end of 2 weeks. Yeah. So during that 2 weeks, right, we are just there to supervise, and this project usually takes into account everything that they should have learned during the 15 weeks, or not 15 weeks, or during the 17 weeks of the semester leading up to that, in order, okay, to apply what they have learned, okay, to this project. Okay? So, as a matter of fact, there shouldn't be a whole lot of hand-holding, right? We're just there to supervise, to make sure everybody is, like they don't go crazy or they don't go mad from the project itself, because it's 2 weeks. It's a lot. It's a pretty short period of time. There's a lot to do. So we're there just to make sure everything goes as planned, and they don't veer off course or veer off topic with whatever we've given them to do. So supervision generally should be at a minimal. So I don't know why this student feels the need to call me out for going to Beauty in a Pot, And like I said, then again, students are the same everywhere, You give them an inch, they take a kilometer. We use the metric system here, so kilometer, right? Hey Yoru, welcome in. Yes, we are finally playing D4. Hello, it's good to see you here. Why are you not responsive to the messages? Honestly, being a public figure streaming heavy part is kind of a risk. I know there is a risk. I mean, obviously, I know there is a risk, but I am not doing anything that is that is controversial. That is like, I'm not like dancing in front of the camera, shaking my booty for subs, right? Which is why I'm very careful with the things I do on stream. And of course, my wife has also I had this discussion with my wife previously before. About putting my face up on stream, which is why there are a lot of streamers out there who are teachers, people like Drink More Milo. I'm not calling her out, guys. People like Drink More Milo, they choose not to show their face, or they turn to VTubing as a solution for that. But for me, I feel one of the ways that I can connect with you guys is through showing my face. Alright? And that's my preferred method. And also, I'm too lazy to come up with a VTuber avatar for myself, which I probably should invest some money in that in the near future, because some days I'm just too tired to show my face. Toaster feed check. I mean, your feed check. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, let me do it for you. Wait. Where's my OBS control? Yeah. There you go. Feet check. Hello. Hi. How's that for a feet check? No, but seriously, things like this, I know what to be mindful of and what not to be mindful of. Yeah. This is why, yeah, another reason why anonymity on the internet is essential. I do agree, but sometimes, as if you want to put yourself out on social media, and if you want to gain, more. Okay, I know this is like a contest, it's almost like a popularity contest, right? Which is something I don't really like about, social media and getting more hits and stuff like that. It's usually you have to put your face out there and stuff like that. Else, you probably have to put out really engaging content without your face. And one person, and mad respect to this person, alright, she lives in my household, that has been able to do that so far is my wife. Like, she is a TikToker, and successfully, thus far, she has been very successful. Okay, I would say, like, more above average successful with, not putting her face on TikTok, on IG, and still able to get hits, which is amazing because, again, it's not really about the persona, it's not really about the person. A lot of people use their face to sell the things that they do, but for her, it's about the content. She wants to focus on the content itself, which is generally mostly about lifestyle and food. And Singaporeans, we love our food. Toaster is not a bona fide underage TikTok. Oh, come on. I am not underage. Like, I'm 35, man. What are you talking about underage? And Prima Ice Tea, welcome in. Hey, what is up, man? It's good to see you here as well. Let me shout you out. Prima Ice Tea. Yoru, I will give you the Twitch shout out because I don't want your eye popping up on my screen again. But is that match? No, it's not match. Oh, you're watching G-Witch?
No.
Wait, were you watching G-Witch on stream?
No.
This is the part they were
No.
Oh wait.
No. What?
I ain't gonna celebrate my birthday anymore because of what the
Bro,
Was this a clip?
that's cruel, man.
You can watch G-Witch on stream one. This was earlier in the year. I can't remember what episode this was. Was this the part where that white-haired dude guy was being interrogated? Hello, White Wolfie. Welcome in. Woof, indeed. Woof. Back at you. It was that episode. Yeah, but I think if you watch... Was that the first season of G-Witch? Because if that was the first season of G-Witch, I think the ending of the first season of G-Witch was the one that shocked me the most. I mean, that's why they were having like a bunch of tomatoes and being squashed and stuff and all leading to that season finale. Oh, it was first season? Yeah, so that was... If that was shocking, yeah, probably the last episode would have topped that. Talk about giving a hand, right? Yeah, I'm having a great day. I hope everyone's having a great day as well. Welcome in. Okay, guys, in case you guys are wondering why I've not started playing D4 yet, it's because the bloody thing is still updating. Alright, it's about 43% away, and the download just stopped for some reason. Like, you guys can see at the bottom right hand of the screen. Yeah. It's supposed to be, but then, freaking internet shit. I don't know, is it because I'm, like, one of my programs is blocking or something is blocking, like, my BattleNet? Cannot be, right? Okay, now it's moving again. It's taking forever, guys. What is her TikTok handle? I'll type it out for you. It's at Denise Glitz. So, you can find her on TikTok. Like, she does mainly food stuff, yeah. Food, and you'll see my face most of the time because instead of wanting to show her face, she always used me as the hand model, the face model, the body model, whatever model, that's how she avoids showing her face. And also, if you guys are wondering why she has not appeared on stream just yet, it's exactly because of that reason. So anyway, you guys would have seen her face before if you're on my streams very early on back in the day. When she would come on and she would sing songs with me when Twitch Sings was still a thing. You guys remember Twitch Sings? Right? before they stopped that thing. It's quite a shame that they had to put it away. Yeah. First, the ending of man. Okay, but I like how season 2 went from 0 to 100 really quick. Like it went from about like school rivalries and stuff to corporate espionage and corporate takeovers and world domination. Like wow, just like phew. I kind of feel that G-Witch could have used a season 3 if they wanted to do things like that, because season 2 I think it sped up real quick. Like probably way too quick, I think, for their own good. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I think the best thing is that things ended well, which is not a. I think it's becoming less of a commonplace in anime and in Gundam especially, unless you're watching like Gunpla Build Divers and stuff like that, where generally shonen anime they'll have good endings, but usually the endings have some kind of really like depressed. Someone loses like in the end, So I think in this case, G-Witch it had a very tasteful ending. Everybody got their wish and stuff like that in their own way. All's well ends well. But I heard alright, about the ending. It is a bit rushed, right? Yeah. But I heard the ending, right? Now I think the creator or the writer for G-Witch actually came out and actually said that. Now it was supposed that the two main characters, right? They got married at the end, right? Supposedly they got married at the end. But the writer came out and said that both of them are actually not gay. Like recently they came out and say they both are not gay, and it was like, and the whole internet just lost their minds. It's like, what? Yeah, it's like, what? They're not gay? Then why did you make them like look as if they were marrying each other? By the way, I should probably change this to just chatting for a bit, because this thing is not updating. Oh man, we're gonna be stuck here for a while. What is up with Battle.net? Good lord, this is not padding out well, guys. Just chatting. Category. Teacher, what are you talking about? Teacher, why are you talking about anime instead of grading papers or responding to my emails? My students don't message me through emails, they message me through Discord. Yeah. Wasn't the writer, is the marketing department? Oh, is it? Really? Okay, I thought it was the writer that put out that statement. I can't find exactly where the statement was, but I found out from another streamer, and he put out, and he showed that statement, and I was like, oh damn, like, okay, like for real, not gay? Okay, that's gonna cause a stir, and yeah, it indeed was. Change category, Breath of the Wild or Fire Emblem. I don't have Fire Emblem, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't have Fire Emblem. So it was marketing department for Bandai, for Banco. Banco. I should probably call it Banco. But okay, good lord, guys. Let's restart. Let's restart Battle.net. Hopefully it moves the bar a little bit. It moves the needle mover a little bit, right? With the downloads. We may play a little bit of Zelda before we hop on in, good lord. But I tell you guys one thing. The moment we start playing Zelda, right, I will not jump back into Diablo already, because it's just like, I mean, there are levels to this game, right? Like, Zelda is just too addictive to me at this point, which is why I want to take a break away from it and try to level up my mage a little. But BNet apparently is not allowing me to do it, because it's just being a stupid ass bee. Quite literally. Have you played Argar IO, right? I have played Argar IO before. I know it's a good game to pass the time for sure. Maybe we should do that. Or 2048. 2048, I have students that are playing it every single time. We may just do that. But oh shit. Okay, the moment you said that, look at this. I think it's you, orangutan. I think it's you. BNet heard you, and look at it go now. Do I play chess? Yes, but I suck at it. I really suck at it. Datuk Encik Abang Che, wow, you just Christian me like 3 times, dude. You just knighted me. Then wait, no, you knighted me once, but you Christian me like 3 times on. Hello, Hosebo, ho, very ho. Shoutouts to you, Potoru, professional. I always like to call him this professional. War crime streamer. Like, we love to see some war crimes in action. My man here can provide you with that entertainment. It's a VTuber as well.
To the face, and I definitely know how it feels.
Yeah, but but to be fair, orangutan, I did watch the Queen's Gambit. You know, that's how much I actually play chess in the past. In the past, all right, in the past. I mean, I'm like one of those OG gamers. I love board games back in the day, so I played chess, I played Monopoly, I played Bagamon. They had Bagamon right back then. But I'm so far removed for that. How are you, man? Potoru. We were actually in the middle of just chatting while we were waiting for Diablo to load up, but it looks like it's done. It's just in the middle of reclaiming space. What is this? Why does it have to reclaim space in my hard disk? It's not like my hard disk has no space, like seriously. Oh yeah, but yeah, I will, like, one of these days, if let's say we have this issue going on again about, you know, freaking like Diablo not loading and stuff like that, yeah, we'll play Agar.io 2048, or we will play, so I've heard and so I've seen on certain streams, that recently Gunbound just made a comeback as a browser game. Am I correct, guys? Can someone verify this? Like, recently, like, Gunbound is back again as a browser game. Here's board games. Yeah, and maybe one of these days I should, like, do a live stream of board games, you know. Because I love board games. I have Exploding Kittens. I have that unicorn card game that I've not touched in a while. I have... What else do I have? What's that thing, something humans one, the card game with that's all black one, and then you just throw out like really nasty answers, and the funniest one gets the biggest vote. I was doing some art just now, so it seems like everyone's falling sick. Yes, I fell sick on Monday. So yes, guys, please take care of your health. The weather's a little bit insane as of late. Very hot, then very cold, and then very wet. You know, this is the kind of combination. Right, Singapore's weather is the kind of combination that you get that gives you a very high chance of falling sick, right? Like very wet, then very hot, then very wet, then very hot, yeah. Like one of my friends from overseas that came over last time used to tell me that, yeah, your weather is like a woman on her period, man. Like he can't make up his mind. Okay, I mean, I'm not sorry for stereotyping, but that's what my friend said, okay? Okay, anyway, my wife also agrees, okay? Don't play Ouija, of course, I'm not gonna play Ouija board, okay? For both religious and spiritual reasons and ethical reasons as well, of course. Like, are you even allowed to play Ouija board on stream? Yeah, I love board games, Wolfie. Yeah, maybe one of these days, you know, we should do a board game stream with you guys. Maybe we can get together and do a board game stream. I don't know. I think it'll be quite hilarious to see everyone's reactions and stuff. And even better, get you guys to like have a little bit of alcohol. Okay, trust me, board games are even more fun when there's a little bit of alcohol. Just a little bit of alcohol involved. Yeah, Gunbound is back. So I've seen on certain streams. It's back as a browser game. Initially, it came back as a mobile game, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, that's a name I have not heard in a while. But I saw some people playing it. I saw some streamers actually playing it, and you can actually rank up in the game. And I think it's a browser game, so I don't know. Joking hazard. I'm gonna steal that from you, Potoru, if you don't mind. It's not a choking hazard. Playing board games is a joking hazard, right? I mean, it can become a choking hazard if you're not careful. Cards Against Humanity, correct. Cards Against Humanity. DEX stands for remind me. I have Cards Against Humanity. It's a really degenerate game, but I love it so much because the kind of answers you throw out... Yeah. Oh my god, it tells you a lot about the person. Yeah. it needs to download assigned space and then install. At least that was the procedure for downloading games on Steam. Weather doesn't matter. Most humans in industrial society spend most of their time indoors. Which is why I said you guys should absolutely head out now. To enjoy the sun. Sorry, not sun. Sun? Enjoy the very nice weather there is here, because for those of you who are not here in Singapore, it rained a whole lot over the past few days. The weather is really cool right now. The only reason why I have air conditioning on is because there's literally no wind coming into my room at this point. It's actually a card game. Yes, Cards Against Humanity. I have that card game, in case you're wondering. Jokes aside, the pun is from Joking Hazard by... wait, so it's actually a card game by Cyanide and Happiness. Good lord, why did I even think of that? I love Cyanide and Happiness when they were really good back then. Now they're just like, I don't know, some of their shots just don't crack me up as much as they used to. By the way, I met the creators, believe it or not, for Cyanide and Happiness in 2016 at the London Comic Con. Just so you know. I had the fortunate and distinct pleasure of having them sign on one of the posters that I bought for them, which I no longer have now because it's all banged up and I threw it away, unfortunately. Right. Yeah, and it was a little bit sacrilegious because they had Jesus on it, and Jesus was like trying to pull the cross up and stuff like that. So my parents weren't too happy of that, and I know I probably shouldn't have that in my possession as well. But they were really nice. They signed it and totally free of charge. Like, as long as you visited their booth, and you bought, I think, some small trinket for them, like whether it's a keychain or book and whatnot, you get a poster, a signed poster for them. So really nice, really chill, really cool dudes. Yeah. By the way, since you love games like Breath of the Wild, you should try this game. Apparently, it's quite good. It's Elden Ring. Shit. So title, I made exceptions to games like Tears for Zelda because I love Zelda back in the day. This is just bringing me back to Hyrule and the good old days of Hyrule. And also, I know I played Jedi Survivor, Jedi Fallen Order, very much in the vein of Elden Ring. But Elden Ring, I've seen people play it and it looks like a really stressful game. I know you guys love challenging games and stuff, the games that put you in a state of intense epiphany and stress, but it's not for me, especially with a day job like a lecturer. Like, the amount of stress that you have to go through, especially with what I just told you guys earlier, right, about having to deal with students that spout this sort of things. Yeah, which reminds me, speaking of which, after this, right, I'm gonna remove all my students from looking or as followers of mine or for even looking at my stories anymore. I can't trust no students anymore, by the way. See, this is what happens when you put yourself out there, right? You put yourself at risk, alright? Especially as an educator, I think it's a huge risk. But then again, I'm not too afraid. It's not like I'm doing anything wrong. And as Dex so nicely put it, yes, I do have my own life. Elden Ring, I'm only familiar with Elden Tech Tips. You mean Linus Tech Tips? I only know Linus Tech Tips. I've not heard of Elden Tech Tips. And speaking of Linus Tech Tips, boy, is he in some controversy as of late right now. Like, some worker called him out for being a slave driver recently. I don't know if you guys saw that news. But Linus Tech Tips used to be like a YouTube channel that I used to go to for, what else? Tech tips, right? Hello, Melancholic! Good evening to you, sir. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, it's good to see you. Mr. Melancholic, how is your Thursday?
Acknowledge me.
You came in just at the right time because we are about to go and dive into Diablo. What is this? Is this a mall? Were you looking for gunpla? What is this? What? Oh, right. Some Genshin cosplayers running across. That's the most random thing I've probably seen today. Genshin cosplayers running across a mall, right? Of all things. Oh, you were at an event. Right. Were you out hunting for Gunplas? Guys, if you build Gunplas, Melancholic is another great guy to hit up. Actually, you'll be quite... I just realized your name can be quite fitting if we call it Mechacholic, right? Like Melancholic, Mechacholic, because you build Gunpla and all things Mecha, right? Gensim Sim. Hey. We don't use that word around here, right? Even though we know it's true. I used to play Genshin as well because, you know, Zelda, it looks very much like Zelda, you know. I'm just kidding with the shrimp thing, right? It's not illegal. I don't know. Okay, so I don't know who came up with this idea that it was illegal to use this word shrimp. Because apparently it's a degradatory term. Yeah, like on Twitch for a while, and then now everybody's just saying shrimp sim and stuff like that. Yeah, I find Gunplas I find online they're cheaper, and especially the second-hand store. Oh, that's true. Yes, it's indeed a lot cheaper. Okay, fantastic. Diablo is working, guys. Let's dive right in. All right. I think let's time to change the category back. But guys, keep the chats coming along, man. Actually, I love doing just chatting with you guys, but at the same time, I love to play games with y'all, or play games while I do it. Yeah, let's get some Diablo 4 in because it's been a heckin' long time since we hopped on into Sanctuary. Is my category still like Diablo? I think I did not update, right? Shit. Okay, it's fine. Alright. Do I change to Diablo? Hold on. It is not showing up because apparently Diablo changed the Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. It's not showing because I changed the source. The video capture source. Video game capture. There we go. Sweet. All right. New wares enter Tajal's new wares. Is this like some Khajiit thing? Khajiit has wares if you have coin. Any of y'all remember that? In my opinion, simp equals simple, simpleton. I think that's why it's kind of derogatory. Okay, so I think simp in today's context has another connotation where it's like you're defined as someone that loves to give gifts, especially in terms of money, to a certain person of the opposite sex, right? So that's what generally a simp nowadays means. When you say you simp to someone, you're someone that is like a white knight to the person. You defend that lady or you defend that streamer, and then you buy gifts, and then you give that streamer a ton of stuff. You guys know what I mean, right? Thanks for the shout. No worries, man. No worries. I'm gonna shout out all you streamers here up on stream because you guys deserve it. The world, of course, yes, of course, obviously has a different meaning altogether, and I mean that's why I'm very careful. I mean, it used to mean what you just said, but you know, it is what it is now in this world that we live in. Malignance has swept across Sanctuary, corrupting its inhabitants and leaving an infestation. Coincidentally, all commotion has unearthed new trinkets to be sold in Tajal's shop. Tehal, I think it's pronounced Tehal, right? Such as the Shadow Walker and the Ancient Death Speaker, equipment bundles, and the Spectre Adrift Mount Armor Bundle. Make sure to visit and peruse her fine wares throughout the season of Malignant. Who knows what rarefied artifacts might materialize in the shop. Oh, okay, so we got... I think these are skins, right? Speedrun Bankruptcy 21st Century. Yes, I think no other way than to speedrun your bank account as quickly as that, as through shrimping for someone. Okay, but yeah, we're gonna kick things off again with SorcerbacKiin. Who was it? I think it was Dex, right? That gave me this wonderful idea for a name, SorcerbacKiin. Not SassyBaka, it's SorcerbacKiin. Alright, no, dumb joke. Anyway, I need to pull up very quickly my build again, because I'm nothing without my build. I can't remember what build I'm supposed to be using. Actually, as a matter of fact, let me pull up my browser source. My browser will give me an idea of what I should be building on. Let's see, D4 build, Arclash, yes. I am in the middle of building an Arclash build, indeed. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it here for now. Shrimping for someone's GoPro. Oh, that's true. That's true. So true. So true. Okay, I can't remember what we're supposed to do anymore. Like, good lord, it's been so damn long. Oh. Okay, I guess we got a little bit of a side quest here. Also, I should probably stop the sound request. Can you guys hear the sound, right? You guys can hear the sound. Here is the food I would recover.
Bless you. We all proper reward for
Nicole Wanda 39, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How is you? Welcome to the stream. Ah, what up? Hey mate, what's up? What's up? How did you discover my stream? We're in the middle of playing some Diablo. It's been a while since we actually hopped onto Diablo, so it's my first time coming back in quite a while. Also, if you guys want to !BNet, if you want to find out, if you want to join me for, you want to join me in game to play some of the deeps. And yes, I'm playing Sorceress. How's my stream going? It's going good, Nicole. How about you? It's a Thursday over where we at. Glory behold! Guys, if you don't like ads... Oh, what's this holding back the flood? Alright, I'm supposed to go somewhere, right, with regards to this holding back the flood. Oh, generally, I'm supposed to be finding, like, all the... Oh yeah, I should be heading to all the untapped, like, waypoints that I've not discovered since then. Yeah, if you don't like ads, you guys can catch me over on Kick as well. That's where I stream. I'm streaming too. I know a lot of you. Fury against Fate. What is this? Seeing the spears of blood of the ancestors, relic spirits of Crane tribe Eldar believes that they are ready to prove themselves to the ancients and show cannibals to renew resolve. I should join Eldar with the Wasting Hollow. Okay. Does it mean I have to TP here, I guess? Wait, okay. There's a bunch of items here that I should probably sell as well before I die. Oh, Wanda, are you not a bot? I do some crazy artwork. Would you want to check it out?
Dice are hot, my friend.
Are you gonna ask me about wanting to get emotes done and stuff? Purveyor of Curiosity. Oh, actually, I've not used this. I do need to get rid of some ovals, so I might as well. Like, you can just tell me straight up right now if I need emotes and stuff. You're a professional graphic designer, and you're gonna ask me if I need emotes, right? That's your Discord, okay? Add you for what? For what? For what? Tell me. For what? Why should I check out your Discord?
can sell it.
Whopping threads. Maybe we can sell it. Oh shit, you gave me jack shit for that. I will show you my work. Nice try. Nice try. Yeah. See, I knew it. I knew it. Goodbye, Nicole. I'm sorry. You're out. You know, I don't know what these people are trying to do, asking me for emotes and stuff like that, when clearly I'm a designer myself. All the emotes are done by me, so I don't know why they are trying to, like, you know, jabait me into doing stuff like that. Yeah, shame on them. Shame on them for doing that. Anyway, I appreciate the follow anyway, but not that it matters now that you're banned. Seriously, why do they try to tempt me with things like that? Why do they even attempt? You know, why do they even bother? You know, they think they make me look. They think I'm gonna be stupid, right? Oh yeah, Nicole. Like for real, if you are really not a bot, you should follow me on Twitch as well.
Skins of leather and steel.
Alright, I'm gonna say goodbye to... Oh, hold on. I got some good stuff here, which I probably shouldn't sell. 278 item power. Oh no, this is definitely going. Cage torn bag, gem,
Very nice.
sell. Alright, we got lots of money now.
Live well, my friend.
These people art is the worst. You know what's the worst part about these people? You go to their Twitter, you go to their... No, you don't go to Twitter anymore. You go to their X, you go to their... God knows, their Instagram. It's all stuff that is stolen from online. That's free. You know, those royalty-free emotes that you can edit freely, yeah, it's all stolen from there. And you think that I've not tried those things before? Like, seriously? It's sad that, you know, they're trying this even on Kick right now, which I of all places, I mean, it makes sense that they are doing it, but that's I kind of wish that, you know, I really hope that Kick kind of starts to clean up.
I have something to fit you, I'm sure.
It starts to clean up a bit of their platform. You gotta respect the hustle though. I respect the hustle, but I don't respect you trying to make me look dumb.
My skill is
Right, I mean referring to the bot, that is. But yeah. Respect the stable diffusion and mid journey. I respect stable diffusion and mid journey as well. You know, even though I'm an artist myself, I feel how would I say? I feel AI in the place of art has many users that is still untapped. Mainly because, right, mainly because of the copyright issues surrounding it at the moment. So, at the moment, it's really good for idea generation, which I completely encourage my students, like if they are able to procure stable diffusion, mid journey and stuff, you know, go ahead, use it for, you know, yeah, use it for your idea generation, but don't use it in your actual work. Yeah, don't use it in your actual work. So that's my take on AI at the moment. The thing is, a lot of my students are very against AI itself. They are afraid that it will steal their jobs, which, quite honestly, it won't. I feel that it's not gonna steal anybody's jobs for that matter. As a matter of fact, it's gonna create a lot more jobs than it's gonna steal jobs. So that's my take on it. Also, again, it's been a while since I played Diablo, so I think I'm gonna be a little rusty. Again, exclamation point BNet if you guys wish to join me in the games. What does 2 do again? 2 is what? Ice armor, yes. I should always throw on ice armor in the first order of business. This is teleport. Okay, I need to run that out. I gotta start to use this as well. I totally forgot that I'm using Arc Lash. Okay, let me get out of there. I don't know what changes they made as of late. Ooh. What is this?
Out of mana once again.
Oh shit, yeah. That has always been a problem. Oh yeah, I'm in the middle of the event. Okay. I'm gonna bail out of this.
I'm out of mana.
Too much mana. Thanks for the rubbing my meat. I'm sorry, Prima. That Gundam thing only works on my main scene, which is the just chatting scene. So yeah, I apologize for that. Oh man, what is this? Oppressor. Gonna have to run away. Regen my mana a bit. Ouch. Very painful.
I need time to prepare that.
Get it. I get it. I get it. I need to bail myself out of this. This oppressor is problematic. Succubus as well. There we go. Easy does it. Alright. I think we kind of warmed up a little, I guess, already. Bat is going to take more jobs than steel jobs do. Basic attention token. Referring to Brave. I'm starting to suspect that you work for Brave. Brave browser. Orangutan. Hey, shit. These guys. Oh.
What is this?
What is this? Currencies from far. What is that indeed? Also, I don't know how many of you have actually played Diablo consistently since the start of this season, because I have not. I don't even know what changes they made as of late. Oh no! Oh, did they just kill that dude? It does not look kosher at all. Sorry for your loss. Rest in peace. Well, at least I'm not taking that much damage anymore. Guess what level you're at? 60? 60 something? 60 plus? I'm sure you've been grinding way more than me, because I've been just solely been grinding like freaking Zelda. You're 24? Oh, come join me. I'm also at 24, as you can see. You have not played also? The one that sent me the email. What email? Don't try to be funny, huh? Okay. I think we should, what? I shouldn't have wasted my mana on those. Those are small creeps. Let me just ride all the way there, basket. Why am I wasting time with all these mobs? Yeah, Yoru, come and join me if you want. Spider. Oh shit, yeah. Something's gonna burst out of this view, right? Yeah.
I need time to prepare that.
Yeah, I know you're just joking, dude. Like, I know better than that. Like I said, my students only communicate with me on Discord. You're not gonna trick me like that. Oh boy, yeah, that guy's a problem. Ugh. Get down. Oh man, I need to work on my aiming as well. Holy shit. Yeah, after I Genshin and join you. Oh, you're back to Genshin now? Hey, all good, all good. Yeah, I don't know if I should get back to Genshin though. Recently, there have been a lot of Twitch drops on Genshin. Sorry, a lot of Twitch drops about Genshin. Kinda tempted to go back, but at the same time, they didn't give me Raiden Shogun, so... Yeah, no money for you, Mihoyo. No dice for you, Mihoyo. Enter Flayer's outpost. Am I supposed to rescue people? Oh yeah, this is a... Go away! Nobody likes you, Gorger. Oh. Rescue people! This should be a quick one.
Bless you.
Kind. Bless you. Yes. And blessed indeed. Who's more? Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? Okay, I know there's a lot of people playing Baldur's Gate as well. Apparently there are Twitch drops too for Baldur's Gate. So, yeah. I don't know how many of you are playing Baldur's Gate. I wish I could play as well. But Baldur's Gate is like, what? 60, is it 69? It's a great price, by the way. 69 buckaroos. Which, I'm a bit... I mean, I love Baldur's Gate back in the day. But I don't know if I should get it just yet. Or just now. Because I spent all my time and money on this game. Okay, wait. Where is level 25? What do I do at level 25? Arc Lash. Okay, basic Paragon board. Wait. Arc Lash? Why does this not let me see the leveling again? Wait, Paragon board. Oh no, this is the Paragon board. Huh? Eh? Why does this not let me see my... Okay, wait. Level... Elemental Attunement Frost. Wait, I think there's another better build for this. Sword leveling build. Shit. Resource was... Oh, someone took down their D4 build. No wonder I can't find it. Well, I guess I'm on my own then. Do I have time for a 300-hour game though? Exactly, I don't. I don't, unfortunately. That, I mean, like I said, I love Baldur's Gate, but unfortunately, yeah, I only have so much time in the day to, like, you know, play it, to be honest. Jeez, I can't remember what I'm supposed to level up at this point now. Unstable Currents? Is it Unstable Currents? Frost Nova... Unstable Currents. Is it? Unstable Currents. Prime Unstable Currents. Increase your attack speed by... Am I supposed to do Prime Unstable Currents? Prime Unstable... Oh, okay, there we go. Alright, let's do it. This should help a lot. Hey Zenas, by the way, I didn't notice that was you. What is it about? It's kind of like Diablo, but if you played Divinity Original Sin, yeah, they are kind of in the same vein of that. So they are made by Larian Games. Larian Games is the one that did Divinity Original Sin. So if you played that game, you kind of know what Baldur's Gate. It's kind of a similar vein, but in the style of the Larian Games. Anyway, how are you? Oh, there we go. Of course, popping up that Diablo player. Diablo, what's that? Not Diablo player. The Diablo clip. How are you, man, Xenis? Hope you. Whoa, shit! This is. Hold on. Yeah, this is gonna get spicy. What the hell, man, is this?
I'm out of mana.
Prime Unstable Currents doing its job. Oh, it stuns enemies longer, apparently. That's cool. You're waiting for Armored Core? Nice. Same here, same here. I too am waiting for Armored Core. Is it gonna be a day one purchase for you? That is the question, right? Alright, Unstable Currents doing its mad job here. It's absolutely mad. Oh my goodness. Yes. Yeah. Oh damn. Okay. Yeah. This Unstable Currents is going wild. I'm actually dealing a shit ton more damage, to be honest. Okay, okay. I like it, I like it. I like it, Picasso. You pre-ordered! Oh damn. Okay, okay. Nice, nice, nice. I am very excited for the game, but I don't know if it's a day one purchase because I kind of PTSD from whatchamacallit, Jedi Survivor already. As you guys know, I bought Jedi Survivor on day one, and I regret it so damn much. Unfortunately, because it's for the PC lah, I guess that's why.
I'm out of mana.
Oh shit! All right, fantastic, great. Oh, ice versus ice. I got you. Very nice. Right. What may the chest bring forth? Crude skulls and a bunch of other things that I don't need. I guess your love for it did survive. Yes, it did not. But I am planning to play the game now that I have a PS5 again, because I think one of I think someone bought the game, the Jedi Survivor game, and then put it in like my school's office and stuff, so I might actually borrow it for a bit. Yes. Yeah, my love indeed not survive. I mean, how could it, right? Freaking terrible.
Train tribe knows well the price of cowardice. If we stop here, we prove we are no better.
You guys have seen me play it.
Show these mongrels that we will never again surrender to fear.
Game pantry.
Together,
It's not a
we
game
are
pantry.
the mountain that cannot fall.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, let's kill some mobs. War soap barricade. Oh yeah, this was the mission that we got stuck at, right? It glitched out the last time round. So yeah, finally works, guys, I guess. Fantastic. Look at me doing all the work. We don't have a game pantry, we just have this PS5 in the final year project room that anybody can use to play games, and I think someone left a copy of like Jedi Survivor there.
Good.
In a way, it's a
Now
games
we
pantry,
prove
but
ourselves to the
to be honest, the
ancestors.
students don't have the time to play it at all.
So many cannibals, but not a spine among them.
Left,
Come,
yeah.
let us show you the strength of warriors with pride.
Strength of warriors with pride. Okay, yeah, even though I'm doing all the work, yeah, woo! Eat shit and die, yeah. Oh, ooh, look at this executioner running away from me. Look at all these mobs. Look at them. Look at me doing all the work for y'all. Look at that. Oh, yay. You guys are so useful. Look at that. Amazing.
Don't let the blood dry on your spears.
Oh, it's a I hate gorges.
I have to
Oh, that's a lot. Right there. TP out for a bit if you guys don't mind. I'm out of mana. Freeze. Look at that outlash, baby. Gotta get that mana in. Oh, y'all still alive? Oh, jeez. Kurok the Carver. Why is he coming after me? What did I do to you, good sir? Oh, damn. I'm keeping out here, bro. Oh, look at all these warriors popping in. Oh boy, I'm gonna die, man. Oh! Oh! Well, great. I have no one to revive me. It's fantastic. See, this is what happens when you talk too much shit. Anyway, since I have no one to revive me. That's unfortunate. Finally, the D4 experience. This isn't exactly the D4. Wow! Okay, I was basically stunned, guys. I was stunned. Are they all dead? Are all these folks dead? Like, for real?
I need time to prepare that.
Shut up, everything needs time to prepare, basket. Yeah, I don't need time to prepare. Look at what happened to me, yeah, because of you.
Fate will see us join our ancestors another day. We have proven our
Yeah, what about me?
Our
What about me? I just
joins the
died before your
elders
very
upon
eyes.
these spears. Though the cannibals will still linger in our lands, they now know they face warriors who do not fear fate.
Okay, good for you. Good for you. Congratulations. I'm happy you got what you wanted. What about what I want? AKA not dying. Region progress rewards earn dry steams. Alright, let's go. Yay! We cleared a dungeon. Yay! Now I have to go and swap out my equipment because it's all lost its durability. Fantastic. Okay, anyway. Yeah, that was kind of my fault. I was a little bit too complacent. You guys know. You guys understand, right? But, yeah. I'm gonna TP back. Zenas, so you pre-ordered... Wait, how much did you pre-order it for, by the way? May I ask? Because, honestly, I was a little tempted to pre-order it. But what's holding me back again is just the fact that it's a day one. I'm not gonna go for day one purchases anymore. Like I'm past that. Like I said, PTSD basically from Jedi Survivor. Oh, you got code, so it was a little cheaper, but not much. Oh, yeah, okay. What's it going for? Okay, what's the retail price going for? I can't exactly remember. Or I know how much the freaking like collector's edition costs.
My eyes can only watch so much.
What? Why? Wait, eyes can only watch so much? Oh, I'm selling this and this and this. This bunch of stuff to sell. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm not selling that. Okay, that actually is a good replacement. But this one is... Oh, I don't know if I want to swap out this one for this. Even though it has better damage. I think I'll keep it. Or should I salvage it? 2.5% cooldown reduction. Weapon kill. It's a very fast weapon. Okay, I will... Never mind, I'll just sell it, I guess. Plus 3 on attack is not that much. Hey, Najwan, welcome in. Najwan, I'm not romancing next anymore, but thanks for the heal hydrate. I'm spell checking. Spell checking, because I'm a sorcerer. Get it? That was last season. You're a little bit behind, Naj, but I hope your Thursday is coming on along well. Steam is $79.90. Specs don't seem demanding. I'll probably cost because of PS4. Oh wait, it's available on. It will be made available on PS4 as well, is it? Oh, okay. I had no idea. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, by the way, I think Tidal was nice enough to share with me. Somebody actually showed leaks of the new PlayStation 5 that's coming out, which is like a lighter, supposedly the PS5 Slim or the PS5 Lite or Pro or whatever they call it. Apparently, it's going to be a lot lighter, and the design is going to have like a little cut across it for a bit. Yeah. So I don't know. Things are looking quite interesting in the realm of PlayStation for a bit. $79.90. $80, okay lah. $80 is not too bad. I can afford that. Unfortunately, not now. Holding back the flood. Where should I... Oh, wait. I have to do dungeons, right? Okay, I can't remember which dungeons will get me the aspects that I want. I need to go and find the... I need to go and find this dude again. Which is the aspect man. It's the aspect. Codex of Power and Aspects. Meme Man 929, welcome in. What a name. With that redeem. What aspects do I have? Welcome to the stream. What brings you here, good sir?
The barbarians chose to ignore another crisis, I see.
They're working. Their craftsmanship built Kedbadu.
Well, next time they look up from their work, I hope they don't and with cannibals.
With cannibals? Wow, okay. Ah, thanks for the Hill Hydrate, but I had a Hill Hydrate earlier. Meme Man, what brings you here? Seems you got a lot of channel points to spend. Hey, can I customize my... Hey, wait Can I upgrade my healing potion? Yes, I can! Shit! Why did I not upgrade my healing potion earlier? Holy crap. No wonder I was getting my ass kicked in dungeons. That was dumb. Okay, anyway. I don't know why it just struck me.
You won't get far on foot. Let's deal.
I know, good sir, I know. I should probably change my mount Mother's Guidance. Trophies, mounts. Kinda like the white one, right? Ah, it's the dreaded ad break again. Guys, if you don't like ads, you know where to follow me. I'm all the way over there on Punch as well. Exclamation point Punch. Hey, where do I find the aspects? Shit. I forgot. Aspect go where?
Precious stones.
Not jeweler,
Beautifully
right?
cut. Good fortune.
Lama, see, too long never play, I forgot where to find aspect. Does anybody remember where I can find my aspects from? Good lord, is it here? Extract aspect. Ah, yeah, shit. Dummy, yes, it's here. Aspect of the Protector. Damaging an elite enemy grants you a barrier absorbing up to 315 damage for 10 seconds. The effect only happens once every 30 seconds. This one, you may have one additional Hydra active. Hydra's duration increased by 14 of the Sorcerer. Hydra. Oh, one additional Hydra. Should I imprint this? Damage per hit, attacks very fast. Should I imprint this on this weapon? Or should I imprint this aspect of the Protector? Unlocked by going Lost Archive, Fractured Peaks. Critical strikes with marksman skills have up to 40% chance of grant you free Shroud Shadow. If I use a Shroud. Aspect of Searing Wands. Mana, after spending 200 mana, your next firewall is free to cast and will destroy. Small, incoming small missiles. 10% damage reduction while shapeshifted. A werewolf. Eh? Huh? Sorcerer can shapeshift into werewolf? Really? You have a barrier active, there's a 7% chance to ignore incoming direct damage from enemies. Not yet unlocked. Lost keep in the Hauser. Skinwalker's aspect. When you use shapeshifting. Okay, all shapeshifting basic skills grant 20% damage reduction for Dark Ravine. Oh. Aspect of Cyclonic Force. Cyclone armor also provides physical damage reduction. Snow Guard's aspect. Well within your own blizzard. And for 3 seconds you take 20% less damage. Maybe I should upgrade my armor with this, huh? This aspect. How was LFG was great. I had a lot of fun, probably way too much fun. Damaging an enemy with kick or ground storm resets leaps cooldown. Oh, okay. Hey, wait, is this for oh no. I must filter my class only. Bruh. Yeah, it was really fun. I had too much to drink. I was going through with chat some of the Insta stories that I shot on Sunday itself. Yeah, it was so cool meeting all the streamers there. Met, you know, I mean, of course, Melvillus, Drift, Wolfsbane, Leslie, who else was there? Mezame, Mr. Young, yeah, all Burn Bay, all the stars in the stream, all the stars in the streaming world, so to speak. I had a good chat, mostly with Mr. Young and DJ Jeffy Jeff, and Who else was there? Valshia, QBC Omega was there. Yeah, it's a bunch of like. I was very surprised at the turnout. Let's just say I was very surprised at the turnout. Everybody, of course, mostly were there. Like they hoped they could win the PlayStation and stuff like that, you know. But yeah, I didn't win anything, and it was quite funny. It's always cool to see people when they are drunk, so to speak. Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much. Other than that, you know, it was just a good old jolly time with all the amazing people on Twitch and stuff. I think they invited a bunch of people who they are their gaming friends as well, and who are their streaming friends. Yeah, mostly their gamer friends from way back in their World of Warcraft days. So that was cool. It was cool to meet some of them over there. Should I imprint the aspect on this one? Damage reduction. I doubt I will get a better armor set in just a bit lah than this. Okay, but now... Okay, maybe maybe just like... Let's try. Oh... I need more rare crafting materials. Right. I don't actually have that. Shit. Well, okay. I guess it's time to do more dungeons. Wait, let's see if there's anything that will help boost my arc lashing. Like my lightning aspect. Also, did someone freaking unfollow me? Okay, I'm not that I am too particular about it, but okay, currently we're sitting at 1.3 and 98 followers. 1,398 followers. Just now it was 1399, now it dropped to 1398. I don't know who unfollowed me. Anyway, I just noticed that. People are so hard to please nowadays. Anyway, appreciate all of you being here. Chain Lightning has a 30% chance to chain 4 additional times. Chain? Am I using... Wait, I'm using Arc Lash, right? Not Chain... I'm using Chain Lightning. 30% chance. Expires end of the season. Chapter 3 in Season Journey. Unlocked by completing Chapter 3 in Season Journey. Chapter 3 in Season Journey. How do I even access that? Chapter 3 in Season Journey. Complete Chapter 1 of the Season Journey. Where do I even go to complete this Chapter 1 of the Season Journey? Like, is it here? Malignant enemies. It's just the quest for Chapter 1. Currencies. Bring the bag of old coins to... Oh, wait. There's a quest that I'm supposed to do. It's just the quest, but how do I... Then how do I progress it? That's the question. I don't see any indicator somewhere that I need to go. Anyway, let me bring this thing over to the dude. Yeah, no wonder I'm moving so slow. Freaking not on my mount.
There are so many different coins here.
You open up the map? Okay,
perhaps
hold
they
on,
belonged to a trader from Ked Bardo. I'll give them a place of honor in memory of this fallen traveler.
Okay, that was easy enough. Open up the map. Okay, currencies from afar. No, holding back the flood. Click on seasons. Seasons? Is it a battle pass? Urn of aggression. Boost XP to earn more monster kills. All zeros here. Multiple class rewards claim. Oh, did I not accept? It's the Battle Pass missions, right? I'm supposed to claim these, huh? Shit. Wait, I'm supposed to like progress as much as I can with these Battle Passes in order to complete. So this is Chapter 1, right? Okay. Yeah, I ain't spending more money on this. Hey Souls, welcome in. How are you? How are you? It's good to see you here. We are back in Diablo today. Playing some missions. Or clearing dungeons as always. How was your Thursday, man? It's been a while. Oh, Cathedral of Light. Were you ever truly welcome? Capstone dungeon level. Oh shit, I'm not ready for that. This is in TohVahKiin, Cathedral of Light. Okay, what is this? Let me go back to TohVahKiin real quick. Maybe I need to aim for something a bit lower for my aspects. A bit emotional these days, but not. I mean, if you don't mind sharing, is it about your work, your upcoming work? Because I could probably do some. I mean, we could do some Aunt Agony sort of thing here if you want. But yeah, I hope you are doing things to make yourself feel better. Caged Heart. Oh, this again. Wait, what am I supposed to do with this? Go for the Chain Lightning bounce, and Chain Lightning gives you mana per bounce. Yeah, I'm trying to, but then I have to hit like chapter 3 of the season first, then I can. Yeah. There's specific things they ask you to do, like upgrading equipment, clearing dungeons under chapter 1. Okay. Just do it from dungeons. Wait, how do I... Wait. Craft a random vicious that is relative to your character's level. Can be inside a vicious malignant socket. Ah, yes, this thing. Oh, I have so much of it though. Devious Caged Heart. Hearts can be replaced. Oh yeah, correct. This one gives you armor. This one 124 armor. One affix. Oh, it gives you armor. 124 armor. Actually, it gives you a shit ton of armor. Brutal Malignant Invoker. Invokes a powerful brutal malignant foe from the indigo malignant pistules found in the tunnels. Oh, this is for like summoning like summoning like evil characters. By the way.
Acknowledge me!
Acknowledge Popo. How was your stream? KC and Krotman, welcome in. Hello everyone. What were you doing? What were you making today? Happy birthday. Why is there a nose? And what was that clip about? That's so random. Hey everyone from Poponut stream. Welcome. Find me building Gunpla actually, and that's actually how I came across Poponut, because I was looking for people doing makers and craft. But how was everything, man? Popo, what were you building today, or what were you making today, if I may ask? Also, guys, if you don't know who Poponut is, she's an arts and crafts streamer, really amazing. She does IRL stuff as well, I believe, on the side too. So if you guys, yeah, 45,000 KC, 45,000. You are absolutely right. Fuyo, fuyo. I got a raid song for all of you, and yes, guys, please seriously go give Poponut a very nice big follow. Okay, you won't regret it. She is she does really nice art stuff. And of course, I will try my best. I've been trying my best to catch her streams as much as I possibly can. We've rated her previously as well. But this song goes out to you, Popo. And all you raiders as well. Yes, sir. We got this widget on stream. For those of you who are Zelda fans, all right. A little something that I learned from Nutty, or I got from Nutty, aka the streamer. You guys can bring it up whenever you guys want to play songs, and for those of you who have played Ocarina of Time, you guys know who this little green man is, okay? But yeah, Popo, hope your stream was great. Did you make something today? Did you have a fun time making anything? Okay, but seriously, thanks for sending your amazing community here. I'm just playing some Diablo right now because it's been a while since we played this game. So we're just going in to clear some of our stuff, some of the things that we are supposed to do. You made a booth display! Nice, nice, nice. Wait, are you making a booth display for oh, Uncertain Hut. Should I craft this, guys? Ooh, okay. I don't know what that does. Were you making a booth display for a certain convention that's coming up? Also, those of you who are here from Popo's stream, again, yes, if you look at my profile, yes, I am indeed a lecturer. You're not mistaken, your eyes do not deceive you, right? But yeah, I play mostly, if you catch me on the off chance playing games, yes, I play a lot of RPG, actually, a lot of RPG games, so... If you guys are playing Battle.net, sorry, Battle.net, if you guys are playing D4 as well, do hit me up, !BNet. If you want to pop in, at me on the Battle.net itself. I have a crafters booth this weekend. Oh wait, there's another Maker's Quest happening this weekend. Is that the case? There have been a lot of cons as of late. Actually, I realize. Crafters booth. Oh, okay. Wait. Is it happening at the Singapore Night Fest? That is the question. Because I was at the preview for the Singapore Night Fest yesterday, and it's gonna be a blast. I think this year it's gonna be quite interesting. I feel. Why is this telling me that I have? Oh, I have these items, right? Cosmetics. Oh, Jay. Okay, it's skins. Right. Oh, damn. Actually, I got quite a few other nice tunics that I can utilize now. I didn't even realize I had these. Okay, sick. Okay, let's guys. It's gonna be a 2-hour character customization stream again, guys. So sit tight. Just a retail unit booth at Kampong Glam. Oh, well. I'll try to make my way down because I do go out and about over the weekend. So yeah, maybe I'll make my way down to Kampong Glam. Interesting. Good to know. But yeah, hey Popo, if you have to head on off, you know, because you probably had a really long stream and you probably have a gajillion things to do. So I completely understand. Please don't feel obliged to stay on as well. I will try to catch you around as much as I possibly can. Alright? So yeah, again, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it, Popo. And yeah. Seriously, don't feel obliged to stay on, alright? As you can see, I am just messing around with some of these things. Character customization is a thing, yes. Should I go for this look? Actually, I kind of like this one. It's got a little bit of gold accents and stuff. Not really a fan of the rest of these. Like, look, that just looks weird. Yeah. Oh, did I just change the color for every single one? No. The boots, adventurous boots. Okay, then I think this is nice. We just leave it. What are these items? Spell book. Oh, this orb looks cool. Ew. You can use knives as well now. You can change knives. Hey, this looks like a freaking tuning fork. Not that I am complaining. Yeah, it looks actually really nice. Yeah, but actually, why do I bother? Like, nobody's gonna be able to see it, right? From afar. Okay. Confirm look. I'm not gonna go to the shop. One of your works is being exhibited at the Night Fest. Oh, which one is it? I will... Actually, I'm planning to go down to have a look again. And because yesterday night when we went for the preview, there were a lot of people. So we didn't get to try everything. We didn't get to see everything either. So yeah, I'm planning to go down for a second time again. Yeah, do let me know what Alright, we are malignants. Shit. Yeah, do let me know which one is your work, man, and I'll be sure to pop on down and check it out. Yeah, we're supposed to check. Okay, you know, there's a lot of like riding around, going around and stuff. Alright, so as it turns out, we have to keep playing this game in order to get our aspects or get some of the wanted aspects. But yes, I will try to get Chain Lightning as recommended by Zenith. Aspect of Unbroken Death. Chain Lightning is 30%. Is this complete see, I have to complete chapter 3 for this damn thing. Distant enemies have 8% chance to be stunned for 2 seconds when they hit you. Oh. Gravitational aspect. Ball Lightning. Frozen. I must hit chapter 2. Shit. Attacking enemy basically increases damage your next core cast. Underroot. Okay, we can do this. We can go to Scott's Glen, the Underroot in Scott's Glen, which hopefully is a malignant. It's called GIF Fest at National Design Center, so it's quite the end of the street. I think I know. Okay, so it's okay. It used to be held at the Gilman Barracks. I think a few years ago. Was it 2 years ago or just last year? I went for I think the 1-2 years ago at Gilman Barracks. I think during COVID lah. So it was very interesting. It was just like a small space exhibiting with big screens and stuff. I saw something similar like that happening at the National Museum of Singapore, NMS. And someone did like, if you guys see my Insta stories, you guys will know. There was someone that did like a Mortal Kombat thing where everybody was in the finishing mood, right? And then yeah, someone was just repeating the gifs of it. Okay. Alright, tell me the name of your work and I will like go and patronize it, give it a thumbs up. Okay, maybe I'll just go and check out the GIF Fest, right? A bit tired, so just gonna chill. No worries, man, no worries. Yeah, you can chill here and watch me get my ass kicked, I guess. It's all good, it's all good. I understand you have work tomorrow and stuff like that, so yeah, no worries. Yeah, watch me die, yeah. If in Diablo, if you're not dying, you're not trying, right, as they say. Hey Sandy, I see you. I see you. Sandy C. Welcome in over on Punch. How is your Thursday? Yes, I am indeed playing Diablo. It's been a while since I dove back into the game. So we are just here to put a little bit of progress in Season 3 because honestly I've been neglecting my Sorceress for a bit. She feels very lonely. So it's my job to make sure that is not the case. What is it called? Underroot, right? Oh shit. Okay, this is the Hive. Hive, Maddox, Whispering Pines, Old Stones, Elder, Jalok, Doma Hidden Tunnels. Where's Underroot? Penitent Canes, Vault of Forsaken. Demon's Wake. Broken Bulwark. Where is Underroot? Where is the Underroot? Holy shit. I can't find where it is anymore. Dark Ravine. Forbidden City? I think I'm sure it's around here, right? Like Underroot should be somewhere. Or maybe we have to go around the area to look for it. Medic's Watch, Hive. I remember we played Underroot. We did Underroot in pre-season, so I don't know what the heck is it. If you're not dying, you're not having fun in D4, should just be the slogan. Any TohVahers in chat? TohVahers? Any grifters you mean? Like grifters, gift subbers, whatnot. Okay, I need to push to level 50, then I can clear this capstone. That's a problem. Okay, you know what? The best way is just to discover it ourselves, which is... Honestly speaking, there should be one Malignant somewhere down here. Okay, this is Scott's Glen, right? So Underroot should be somewhere here, right? Like Underroot Altar of Lilith has been claimed here. Right, don't hide in the dungeons. Path of the Blind, Broken Bulwark again. Where the heck is it, man? Holy shit. Okay, you know what? There's no better way of discovering it than to just make our way down there, guys. I guess no choice. Alright, let's just slowly... Anyway, we got to unlock a bunch of like teleportation points and stuff, so we might as well just ride our way through and level up.
My boy, I think he's possessed.
Oh no, not this again.
Worry not, better.
Hey! Welcome in, Maku. Well, how are you, man? Good sir. What's the haps? Let me shout you out. Maku Parata, who I also met at LFG, by the way. Streamer, VTuber extraordinaire. What's the haps with you, good sir? Playing that Bravely Default. Nice, another great game.
Okay, now.
Pain.
This week, okay, anything goes wrong.
Colder out here than out there.
A sure sign of demonic presence.
She's not wrong.
Oh no!
Whoa! Yeah, that went south real quick right there. Oh, you just finished Nier Replicant. Oh, you're playing Nier Replicant. How was it? How was the game, man? Hope you had a great stream.
Take my
we are back. We are hopping in back in Diablo, by the way.
Through my prayer book for the right passages.
Ah, this thing again.
The loss of the father is woeful, indeed. But his grace surrounds
But more importantly,
us
how is
still.
your Thursday, man?
Our connection to the light cannot be severed so easily.
Okay.
You don't have the eyes of one. What matters is that I need help, and you're here right now.
Okay. I mean, another exorcism case, which is gonna go haywire again.
Perhaps I'll beg forgiveness from the Reverend Mother later.
Alright. Alright, let's get this done over with, Mother Milady. Wait. So what we're supposed to do is... Oh wait, did this hang again? Oh no, we're supposed to go here, right? Okay, get the cup. Okay, placing the chalice. Why do I have to be the one placing the chalice half the time, man? Speaking of Diablo, I just started it on PC and have been going wild with Barbarian. Ah, wait. Did you... Are you playing it on PlayStation? Or PC? Because I think the experience on PC is better, I guess? Begin the exorcism, right? Let's just get this done and over. Come on.
As I shed my wicked
On
blood,
PC,
let it be
nice.
purified in thy light. Let the light feel.
I'm sure the experience has been really good so far. Barbarian is one of the tankier classes, and as a matter of fact, I think they buffed it a little this season.
Let the light Push out the darkness.
By the way, this is no spoiler, this is one of the side quests, so you're completely safe, don't worry.
Force this demon out.
Oh yeah, you did win the code at LFG, congratulations on that. Have you played any of the Diablo editions before? Like Diablo 1, 2 or 3, which we don't talk about? Or, I mean, we don't talk about Diablo Immortal. Because I think this is a huge upgrade over the past few Diablos. What is that? Oh shit! Yeah, this guy looks big. Big chunky boy. Yeah, what do you think I'm trying to do, lady? Huh?
It is done.
Bata, my boy, can you hear me?
You better hope the boy's still alive. Oh, you never finished them. Okay. Wakey wakey. Wakey wakey.
Father? Where am I?
By the way, guys, if you don't like ads, I'm streaming over on Punch as well.
You're alright. Thank you, sister.
You're welcome. I'm sure I will see you at the next service, yes, Peter? Right in the front pew?
Of course, sister, of course.
Let us give them a moment. Speak to me outside.
This is a rehash of one of the side quests that we did earlier. So no spoilers, not to worry. And especially if you guys have not finished the main story yet. Yo, good. I like how you adopted Punch as suggested. It kind of sounds more endearing than Kick. Well, I can't say it outright either, right? Although sometimes I do slip up, which I honestly don't really care at the point. Like, again, I think I've mentioned this countless times before on stream. Like, they always say that as part of the affiliate agreement, you're not supposed to co-stream, but to be honest, like, I've not seen anyone get removed from affiliate because they are co-streaming. I think only partners, like Twitch partners, will be more careful with that, but for affiliates, I'm not really bothered.
You're more suited to this work than you think. There are many more people in Kyovashad who are in need of me. If you have the time, I would welcome your assistance.
Nah, I need to go and exercise my own demons, yeah. Yeah, so I wouldn't take Twitch's word. Like, they have so many streamers that they have to police. Like, what makes them think they're all gonna go one by one to, like, you know, remove affiliate agreements? A bit unrelated, stock market. Yeah, I mean, it has been. Have you not heard, like, the rumors that it's gonna be, you know, the bear market is gonna be a recession? It's gonna be a recession very soon? Oh, okay. What the hell? What is this? Why are there so many wolves and things here? You need some heat. Yeah, that was odd. Yeah, but it's been going sideways for a bit, I feel. So yeah, not surprised. Not surprised at all. Wow, what is going on here? Why do I have to have such
I need time to prepare that.
why do I have such malignant powers here? I think this area is supposed to be an event quest, isn't it? Or something like that. Would be a very big waste of time if they check one by one. Exactly, right? Anyway, I have not seen anyone. Again, I've not seen anyone have their affiliate agreement like removed because they were co-streaming. All right. So those of you who are co-streaming and are afraid of getting caught, yeah, don't worry. I don't think they are. Anyway, Twitch has been taking L's as of late, so I wouldn't be too concerned about that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be a recession. It's touted for 3 years already. Okay, so the cycle always happens every 5 years. Every 5 years, they will say that there's going to be a recession. And based on history, right, historically, every 5 years, there indeed is a pullback. But whether or not the recession actually hits within this period of time, is anybody's guess still. It's always speculative. Yeah, it's always speculative. Like, nobody can touch their heart and honestly say that, yeah, the recession is going to happen next year or in 2 years from now, it's going to happen tomorrow, for example. You know, it's always speculative. So all these news usually we did not. We just came back to kill the shed. Yeah, I will always take such reports with a grain of salt. Yeah, so 2020 it did break the cycle of sorts, but if it follows, if it does not follow the COVID cycle and the old cycle, then you know, a recession indeed is upon us lah, very very soon. Also, I'm literally just riding behind away from all these like enemies, which I probably shouldn't. I should try to build up my mana and stuff, right? Let me just put a marker on where I'm supposed to go. Okay, I'm here right now. I should be going to the right actually to hit this marker. Yes. Alright, yeah, I'm wrong. There's a little something up there. Oh, hello. Why did it not freeze these guys? There we go. Oh! Crosswings here.
I'm not ready yet.
What is this?
Ooh, sealed exorcist. Wait, what is this indeed? What is this? It looks... oh! Oh shit. Being blocked off as well. What is this indeed? I got something special here. Herb catch. Oh, there we go. Hey, Leonaris, welcome in! Hello, hello. Good to see you, good sir. How's your day? Hey, yeah, it looks like, of all people I should have known. You would have figured it out, right? This thing. Acknowledge Leonaris, how's everything going? The stock recession in March, May 20 was severe enough to go to the annals of recession. Yes, because of COVID, mainly because of COVID. Like you said, it's the combo breaker.
Sorry.
How's your how's everything going, Leo? I've not seen you stream for a bit. It's hope all is well with you.
Am I a joke to you? Huh? Am I a joke?
Am I a joke to you? No, you're not. What's this?
Put on the glasses.
Venom Wall, Midnight Shadows.
The glasses. Hello.
And of all people, I should know you want to know all the Zelda songs from the Ocarina of Time. Guys, please check out my good friend Leonaris over here. He's a huge Zelda fan. He enjoys a good game of Fire Emblem as well, I would say. So do check him out. Yes, Leonaris with the Riz. Actually, I turned you again. You guys can play with the Ocarina of Time whenever you want by turning, and you can turn it on and off wherever you want by typing !Ocarina on or off. But how have you been? How are you on this Thursday? This very fine Thursday, Mr. Leo. You saw this on Nutty's stream, yes, and I did indeed get it from Nutty. I subscribed to his Patreon just to get it because I'm a lazy mofo. Decided to just, instead of programming it entirely from scratch, I decided just to buy it off his. I mean, he does a lot of good stuff, and I'm a huge fan of his, so I don't mind paying for it. It's a great widget, especially if you're a Zelda fan. Oh, Yomawari! Oh yeah, okay, I think I've seen Valsia play it before. Yomawari. It's a top-down horror game, right, if I remember correctly. Yomawari Nights or something like that. No worries, Souls. I mean, it's not just you, but everybody is kind of on the edge right now with the recession and stuff. Also, obviously, Leonardo is having way too much fun with the widget while I clear the mobs. But yes, please mess around with the widget. That's what it's there for. It also helps that, I guess it also helps that freaking Nari is a huge Zelda fan, right? Maybe I should send people off with Zelda's Lullaby. I can't remember how to play Zelda's Lullaby.
I need time
for the life of me. I always cannot remember. What was it? What was the Zelda's Lullaby? Left, up, right, left, up, right. Okay, yeah, I remember that. Left, up, right, left. Yeah, left, up, right, right? Okay. I only remember Song of Storms, which is like one of my favorite Ocarina songs. I mean, sometimes I play it while before I start stream, as you all know. Okay, obviously I'm not as big of a fan of Zelda as Leonar's is. Like seriously, I am not. I do love like the recent Zelda. Cannot carry any more Murmuring Obols. Are you shitting me? Like, do I have to TP back and can clear my obols, I guess.
Give your meat a good old rub.
Yeah, Yoru.
Sit. Nice and hot.
Snap, then press W.
Yeah, boy.
Saria Song. Yeah, Saria Song is also... I mean, it's the one that everybody knows Zelda for. Oh, collect my honor. Oh, shit. Okay, wait. I collect my obols first. Shit, where's the lady with the curiosities? God damn. I thought I cleared some of my curiosities earlier. Where's the lady at? Oh, there.
Don't think the priest will be handing out bread anymore.
Seems like where? Oh, she's here.
I'll show you how to steal some.
Focus. Oh yeah, Mr. To, you watch wrestling? Have you heard of? Yeah, I've heard of SPW indeed. I indeed have heard of SPW. I know they're having a show this coming weekend, if I'm not wrong. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to go down at the moment. So yes, I have indeed. I have indeed. Oh, okay. Okay, a one that isn't as powerful. Ooh. Big L, big L. Let's try some boots.
Bad luck. Try again.
Yeah, I have too many obols to spend. Try again.
Not much, is it?
Not much indeed.
Very nice, but could be better.
Ah, man, temptation.
Bad luck.
This is the gacha, guys. This is the gacha. This is the freaking gacha. Okay, you know what? Let me go and Can I? Do I have to salvage? Oh no, I don't have to salvage any of these. Oh shit. I probably could sell it. Anyway, just need to freaking clear the damn obols. Ugh. It's a bit sad. All these aren't up to par. It's a bit sad. Oh well. Never mind. Let's get the heck out of here. You said press M and then W? Yeah, I think I claimed it earlier already. ZS, yeah. Let's try Majora songs. I think, does it work? I don't think Majora song. I think it doesn't work. I think the Majora song. Okay, some of it. I think Majora songs don't work. This is exclusively for Ocarina of Time only, if I am not mistaken. With regards to what Nati said lah, that is. Hopefully he expands the repertoire though. It's really just Ocarina of Time songs, if I'm not wrong. You can try playing the lesser known songs. I can't for the life of me remember any of the lesser known songs though. Hey, but Leo, I hope you've oh geez, I hope you've been good in general. Yeah, please play more of the Ocarina. It's very underused. Oh wait, what modification songs? There's modified songs. Okay, so Majora's songs do actually work, huh? Been pretty busy weeks with work and stuff, I assume. I mean, I've had some crazy days this week as well, so I don't blame you. It's gonna be end of the year already very soon, isn't it, guys? Like, I can't believe how quick it is. That it's almost like December. The Song of Time backwards. So Song of Time backwards, a Song of Time twice doesn't work. Oh, okay. You mean those like modified ones? Yeah, I would assume they don't work. What is this thing here? Okay, I'm very interested to find out what's going on here. Oh, this is very interesting. This part. What the heck is going on here, guys? I'm not gonna pretend that I know what the modified songs are gonna be like. Yeah. Ritual site? What did I just do? What the heck did I just do? I don't even know what I just did. Did I exorcise something? Okay. I don't even know what that was for. Okay, event quests. Not really work stuff, just a lot of meetups recently, socializing a bit too much. Oh, there can never be enough of socializing. Yeah, I was at a social event myself over this weekend, the LFG event, for those of you who know. And I'm really looking forward to the next one. Okay, what is this? Supreme Unstable. Am I supposed to go for this next? Supreme Unstable. Okay, ball. Okay, there's Ball Lightning. Eh? Wait. Supreme Unstable Currents. This is ultimate. Oh, yeah. Okay. Supreme Unstable Currents. There we go. Yeah, that definitely is it. Oh, so you're going running a bit more? Man, I need to pick up on that as well. I've been doing a lot of... What's that type of run that you do intermittently? Like you run for a bit and then you walk for a bit. Yeah, I've been doing quite a fair bit of those because I realized that kind of works. It's a little bit more effective for me. But yeah, I've been told like to start running again. And interval training, yes. Try and get my stamina up in preparation for my next IPPT, which is like supposed to be... Okay, I cleared this year's IPPT already. I only just got a very measly pass. I didn't even get like what? I didn't even get pass with merit. Which is funny because that day when I was supposed to do IPPT, I ate way too much, so I slowed down by quite a fair bit. I was like 2 points away from pass with merit, which is very sad. I thought there was an event going on here, but it looks like there isn't. It's like just a bunch of bodies here with nothing to redeem. Okay, I think maybe we should just get out of here. Confront the enemies that are down there. High intensity. Well, okay, I do hit on certain days, but yeah, I'm talking about interval runs. Yeah. When's my window ending? Usually it ends before 15th February. So on Valentine's Day, yes. But I already cleared this window lah. I'm just preparing for my next window. Do you ever go for any of SGGA where they host drinking sessions and all that? Oh, I used to go. You're talking about the Singapore Guild and Gamers Association? Singapore Gamers Guild Association or something like that. I used to go, I used to attend, but since my friends stopped going, I also kind of stopped. Yeah. Yeah, I used to be one of the very active people. I probably should go back to check out those events. Yeah, because I've not caught up with some of the the people in the gaming industry over there, which I should make connections now as part of my job and stuff. What I did do is I did go for the LFG event over the past weekend, and had way too much drinks. As Maku would know. Maku was there as well. Please don't call me that. But we had shit tons of fun. Probably way too much fun. Way too much alcohol as well. That day still kind of all seems like a little bit of a blur.
I'm not ready yet.
A little. Oh shit, that's a lot of mobs. There we go. Oh boy. Oh! Not enough mana? Did someone break my shield? Bro, you all need to chill. There's a lot of mobs right there. Oh, that came out of nowhere, man. Damn. Whew. Okay, got a little bit spicy there. Not gonna lie. Who you may be, sir? Caleb, I'm going to let you know. Oh yeah. Dude, like if you're going, please
I'm not
tell
ready
me.
yet.
I didn't know about that one. That one was organized by Mel. You know who Melvalus is? The streamer Melvalus lah. Her Ardent Collective was her Ardent Collective like streamer. But you had to pay. You have to pay to go for it. Yeah. It's really fun. It was indeed really fun. Like I've never seen so much Jukui in my entire life though. Okay, I probably have, but yeah, it's been a while since I went for an event like that that had a lot of Jukui, so that's freeze. Ow. Yeah, but I should probably go back to the SGGA ones. Those were kind of fun as well. Those have been kind of fun. But like I said, I think I've lost contact with so many people in and around that, how do I say, that circle that, yeah, I just completely forgot about going there. What emotional damage? Yeah, I'm getting emotional damage, guys, in here. It's just a lot of mobs, as you guys can see. It's crazy. What are these plague creepers? Oh, these are the spiders, bro. I'm gonna dodge that. Like a ball. These past charges are a problem. Oh, look at that! Look at the entire frozen corpse, like right here. It's a glitch, I guess.
I need time to prepare that.
There we go. Yeah, these spiders, I hate spiders, guys. Like, seriously, I hate them. Alright, onwards to the I seriously need to find Scotsglen. I need to find Underroot. I may have to use Google to find the Underroot, what's that? The dungeon. Wow, these guys got creepers now.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh shit! Oh, that's a new song I've not heard. Sonata of Awakening. Hey, wait, is that a Majora's Mask song? Shit, man. I can't remember some of these songs. Like, I can't remember if they are Majora's Mask or like from Ocarina. It's a Majora's Mask song, right? Okay, I tell you how I know. It's because I did not really play Majora's Mask. I played mostly Ocarina of Time. Like, Majora's Mask, I kind of played it like halfway. Not even halfway lah, like maybe just the early part of it, and yeah. Oh, you had to look it up, right? Yeah, I'm not very familiar with like Majora's Mask. Ocarina of Time was the bomb though. Shit. What am I doing?
I'm not ready yet.
Woo! Yeah, seriously, spiders, not my thing. Not my thing. I'm out. I just need to get to the waypoint, guys. Why is there a task charger here? Bro, go away.
I need time to prepare that.
This is what happens when you take the road less traveled, I guess. There we go. Alright, that's a waypoint right there. Okay, I need to find Underroot. I really need to find Underroot.
The sign's gone missing at a time like this.
Oh wait, I remember this place. Mods are restricted in this area. Okay, I need to find one. I hope you. I'm glad you're enjoying the Ocarina because, like I said, Ocarina has been super underused. I think not a lot of people here know about like Zelda per se, or know that I've actually played Zelda. To be honest, most of the Zelda games that I played were the ones where it's top-down one, and not really like the Ocarina of Time types of games, so to speak. Or the era of games, like the Ocarina of Time. Okay, let's go here. I should probably look for Underroot. Where's the Underroot? Underroot dungeon. Because I need that aspect. I really need that aspect. Underroot dungeon can be found in Scotland. Oh, it's all the way on the other side. Holy shit. Bruh. Okay, wait. If that is the case... they don't really hit it off in SG. Link's Awakening is the one that most... Ah, yes, correct. That's the other one, Link's Awakening. Which actually, if you look at the story of Link's Awakening, right? It's kinda similar to Breath of the Wild. I think. Sort of. Okay, so apparently Underroot is here. Is this the one? No, that's Cabal's mine, right? I need to find it at the bottom corner. Wait, let me enlarge this. Underroot is near the seaside. Cat Baru can be found in the region of Scotland. This is stinging swarms. Underroot can only be allowed after finishing stronghold associated. Turdura? This is Scotland region, right? But why is it all the way on the other side of the map? Like, holy shit. Wait. Turdura? Wait, bro. Turdura? Forgotten Depths? Yashri's Sanctum? Why did they say it's in Scotland when it's like all the way on the other side? I don't get it. Interesting. Unless I'm looking at the map, at this map the wrong way. Okay, maybe it's around here. Was it in Cat Baru? Actually, it could be here, right, guys? Okay. Maybe I'll just go find like the nearest waypoint again. Well, and similar that Link's Awakening never had a Zelda, I guess. Link's Awakening did not have a Zelda? Why you try to clear? Why are you trying to clear that dungeon? To get the aspect. To get the aspect that I need for my weapons. Yes. Actually, with some thinking, I think you can make the Ocarina play one line and change it to a redeem if you want. Oh, but then it gets very complicated. If you guys have to constantly like redeem, or like just redeem a line lah. Yeah, I mean, okay, maybe I should do like a redeem where, yeah, where you can play it with a with just channel points, right? I can use channel points to redeem one whole song from it. Might be a better idea. One of those redeems with text. Yeah. I bet I could. I have to look at what you call it, Nati's tutorial again, I guess, to make sure that it works. To see whether or not I can get it to work. Yeah. I think it's kind of complicated to pull that off. Yeah. Malignant corruption. Oh wait, is there malignant stuff here? Yeah, I think there is. Just make the redeem trigger the bot. Trigger your bot to type. I could possibly do that as well. That's true. That's true. Like multiple lines of text, right? But I don't want it to spam the channel, you know. That's the thing. Yeah, I could probably get it to do that in the most simplest of ways, but it will end up like spamming the channel. Has this been redeemed? Alter a little display. Oh boy. Yeah. Let's go to here. Actually, where is this? Actually, it's Skoskland. I need to look at the thing again. It says region of Skoskland. Actually, it's actually around here. Wait, Tuldara Stronghold. One of the greatest Duric colleges. This I should probably just TP here. Instead of wasting time. Maybe I can sell some stuff there as well. Actually, me suggesting a redeem angle is also that it doesn't spam chat. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Now I realize that since you're putting in all the notes and stuff, which is absolutely fine with me. I think Nati, he himself has not figured out a way to kind of do that. I'll check his tutorial and see if he can turn it into a redeem. If he has not figured it out, then I obviously cannot figure it out because I am by no means a programmer, a very strong programmer myself. I am an artist at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, guys? So yeah, give me some time to work on that. Oh shit! Oh wait, hold on. Battle pass. Do I get free stuff from this? No, it's absolutely locked down. Yeah, thanks for nothing, game. Okay, wait. I need to go to here. So just take me home. Country road, take me home. To a mob. I belong. Look at that! Oh my god, what is the heck's going on here, bro?
I need time to prepare.
See, just spamming that thing kind of reveals all the mobs over there. Oh shit, this guy's a problem all the time. Woo! I need time to prepare. Wildwood. This guy probably won't like fire. Sure, no. Skeleton corpse bow. Can't believe there are any here. Want me to have a look, but that means sending me his code. I've been fooling around with the streamer bot a bunch this last week. Oh, really? I guess I could let you have a look. Leo, I didn't know were you a programmer? Are you a programmer by trade, actually? Actually, I can kind of decipher it, but I just don't have the time, guys. Between work and streaming and doing all these other things, yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
Hey, welcome back, Fotoru. I'm doing some pest control right now. As you can tell. Setting fires to creeps and spiders and all things like. Oh my god, this is spicy. Woo! How you like that? How you like me now? Okay, let me ride. I should be heading to the waypoint, guys. Ah, snakes! want to get this. Where's Samuel L. Jackson when you need him? Get this mother effing sticks off my mother effing plane. Given that this is not a plane by any chance. All these mobs. Woo! TP out there. Gonna get trapped. Whew. Spicy. You studied game programming, then used to do Unity 3D simulation, then transition to... Oh, right! Okay, cool. I didn't know you did Unity. That means you know C# lah. My C# knowledge is very basic. Let me tell you that. I used to have to decipher a bit of C# because of working on mobile games. The most I know is how to set up like 8-directional like controller for Unity. That's the one that that's the furthest I went. Yeah. Right. Mono developer back in the day. Right. Oh man. Good times. I was forced to learn it because of work. But no regrets. Programming very important.
I need time to prepare.
It's generally just about logic, to be quite honest. What's going on here? Can I not like hold on. What's going on here? Am I supposed to... Oh wait, I'm supposed to traverse this. But can I not just like ride over this thing? It tells me that I can go through here, right? No? Okay, apparently not. So I'm gonna take the long way around. Slide, Pock slide, zap!
What happened here?
The worst thing you can do to something that's made of wood is to set it on fire, guys. So that's what I'm trying to do here. Forced to learn because from all across from Twitch, from NewbieGen. How are you? Welcome in, good sir. NewbieGen, how have you been? And everyone, hello. My name is TohVahKiin. I am a lecturer by day, streamer by night. I'm playing a bunch of RPG games. Currently playing D4, a little bit of that D4. It's been a while since I played it. That of course did not come from you guys, I hope. Lifesaver, welcome in, nice name. Ace, it's good to see you as well. How was your stream, NewbieGen? And what were you streaming? Actually, this is the first time I think I got a raid from you, right, as well. Mr. Raid Boss. The Raid Boss is in the house. NewbieGen, what do you stream? I need go get charms and stuff. IDK, what you dragging? Hey, you're an RL streamer. Oh, you're doing some Phasmocore.
Thank you so much.
Oh, nice.
We found a
nice. NewbieGen, I didn't know you were a streamer. I'm
say
sorry. Because I think I've seen you coming here once together with QVC Omega, but
nice
let
day.
me give you a follow, good sir. Alright, if you love some IRL content, yeah, go give NewbieGen a follow. How was Phasmo with Ace? And also Ace, how's your stream, man? Sorry, how's your stream? How have you been? I recall you telling me that school has started for you, right? Or something like that. Phasmo has a major update? Really? You don't stream! What was that about? If you don't stream. But I appreciate the raid of 10,000. A raid is always welcome. What is going on here indeed? We just got raided. Ooh, oh, this is interesting. Wait. Druid of Toldora. Okay, wait. Let me put the game on pause first and greet you guys properly. Again, my name is TohVahKiin, lecturer by day, streamer by light. Thank you all of you for popping in. Did I say streamer by light? I said streamer by night. Let me get that drink in. My lips are dry. You guys popped in. I guess this is a good time to pop in because I'm playing that D4. It's been a while since I played. So on the off chance you catch me not playing games, you can watch me build some Gunpla, which we generally do on Saturdays and Sundays, or either one of these weekends. Okay, so it's so good to have each and every single one of you here with us. I do have a little bit of a Daddy 4. what? Yeah, D4 is in Diablo 4. Diablo 4, guys. This game, okay? Alright. But yeah, this is for all you raiders who just came in. I have a song for you. This is probably one of the only songs that I kind of know from Ocarina of Time. I'll let the little green man serenade you. Alright, that's for all you wonderful people for popping in. Yes, I have this little widget that you can use to play Ocarina of Time songs, if you guys wanna. I'm in the midst of playing Breath of the Wild as well, so there will be some days that you will see me streaming Breath of the Wild, which I'm taking way too long to clear. Yes, anyway, newbie gen. If you have to head on off, I completely understand. I'll just be here clearing dungeons and clearing mobs in Diablo 4. I hope you had fun in Phasmo. It's one of the games that I don't play too often because as you can tell, I easily get jump scared. I even get jump scared by my own, raid message. Like not my own raid message, but my own raid notification. Yeah, it's saying a lot. I'm gonna grab a stand like, hey, newbie gen. Yeah, I appreciate it. Hey, any kind of alert, any kind of follow, is very much appreciated. So thank you so much. Also, all you new people who are here. Yeah, you guys most welcome in. If you want to join me on the BNet on the game, this is my handle. You can pop on in and we can clear some dungeons and mobs together. I'm only level 26 at the moment, so I have a long way to go before I hit World Tier 3. Okay, that's it. I'm going to take a run myself. Yeah. Hey, yes, please go for your run. Enjoy the run, and I'll catch you again on the stream, Leonaris. I'll send you off with a shout out as always. This is what I try to do when everybody pop on out. But yeah, Leonaris, purveyor of all things Zelda and RPGs and all that good stuff as well. I'll catch you again on your streams, man. Cheers. Thanks for stopping by and messing around with the with the what's that? Oh shit! With the Ocarina of Time. What's going on? Is this a memory? What am I seeing? Oh, whoa! What the heck is going on here? Find the Druid spirits? Did we just get teleported into the Nether Realm or something? Oh yeah, okay, we gotta fight. Okay, so this is Toldora. Okay, this is a dungeon, okay. Cheerio! Have a good one, dear sir. You know what, before I go. Yes, you can play Song of Storms. Go ahead. Knock yourself out. No, that's Serenade of Water. Ooh, shit. Okay, that's a classic. Hey, why this one, the song sounds so different? Sounds more professional than the others. Oh, sorry, rain, I cannot run. That is true. Okay, all the best with your run. Do it for me as well. Get that timing in if you can. Oh, I also need to protect instead of attack. Holy shit. Alright, getting spicy. Yeah. Wow, what is this, man? What's with all these mobs? I'm getting my ass beat. Hey, why are you running away? Why are you running? Oh boy, I'm I'm getting poisoned. Whoa, the succubus or the soul burner, whatever they call this thing. Woo! This is getting real hot, guys. Getting real hot. And then the soundtrack literally just went up. The demo they play after you get in the game, I guess the song has the backing included. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why this song in particular. Oh wait, because in the game there's also the backing, right? Okay, that makes sense. I need more pots. Holy shit! My health is dropping like drop like grapes, as they used to say. I'm not supposed to kill this thing because it's charging up. God knows what.
Everything is ruined. It's all ash.
No shit. What is this? Tormented Wind Druid. Ooh. Wind Druid, huh? It's supposed to conjure up some stuff here, I think. Oh, it's a druid. Okay. Knock me back with all that wind. Ooh, use that help. Ah, gotta get that. Oh, stop that shit. Need to protect. Need to attack immediately.
Their anger will feed me for ages.
Free the spirits from TohVahKiin's druids. Okay, wait. I need to write to. Where am I supposed to go? Oh, hold on. There it is. Hey, have a good rest, souls. I hope you feel better the next morning. I know it's kind of pointless to say this, but yeah, take it easy, man. Take it easy. Take all the rest you need, right? Hopefully you feel better. Okay? I'll catch you again. Oh shit, this hell's fun. No, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. You just have a good rest, alright, sir? Don't sweat. Don't sweat it, guys. Yeah, you too. Any of you tired, weary souls have to go off, please don't feel obliged to stay. It'd be cool if you could just leave me alert, but it's cool if you have to power off the PC. It's not time to stop! It's not time to stop. Not for me, anyway. Oh, good lord. Anyway, have a good one. I appreciate the relief. I can't stop in the middle of this though, as much as I want to. I'm getting hit from all corners. Ooh, okay. Oh man, this is Nightmare Balrog. Also, I'm thinking of lowering the redeem for its type to stop. I need to make sure that it's working properly. Oh shit, I'm vulnerable. Holy shit.
I'm not ready yet.
No shit, boy.
Out of mana once again.
Out of mana. Yeah, either you're out of... Like, you're not ready or you're out of mana. What's it gonna be this time, huh? Fucking Soul Burner needs to go, man.
I'm not ready yet.
I swear. Yeah, Oya sleep nasai! Oya sleep nasai! Alright, is he free? Oh no. Do it again. Formatted Earth Druid. Yeah, they're covering all the elements, right, of this ooh shit, that's a lot of damage. They're covering all the elements of an avatar, it seems. Also, I'm using up a lot of my pots, holy shit. This guy's a problem. Ooh, I'm gonna die. Shit, I'm out of pots, what the hell? Are there not enough pots here? Like, good lord. There we go. Woo, boy! Oh, that was spicy. That was hella spicy. Okay. One last guy to clear. And nobody told me this dungeon was so problematic. Wait, hold on. There's a dude there waiting for me. What's up, dude? Don't give me that weird look. Oh no, this is just a memory. Whoa, 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 what was that? Holy shit. That was random AF. I need to protect myself now. Yeah, this is getting a whole lot spicy, guys. What the hell? What's going on? Who's shooting at me, bro? Go away. Nobody likes you. Right, you got just a little bit more to go, man. Holy crap! I only have two pots. Like what? All right, go away, guys. Like, don't you see I'm busy here? Well, unless you got pots to share with me. Oh wait, hold on. That should help. Ugh. Oh wait, how do I? I need to go around here. Oh my god. Obviously not looking. Looking soul burners everywhere. What the hell? Yeah, the music just got really intense, guys, for whatever reason. Obviously, you're not gonna get any. Zappadoodles, though. I'm losing mana real quick. Wow, freaking intense. Yeah, I could use some ocarina songs right about now. Boom! Oh shit, no, 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 no. It's gonna explode. The ocarina sounds gonna feel really out of place from this game itself. But welcome back, Carrie. I hope you were having a lot of fun in Pokemon Unite. I hope you were. Jeez, man.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah. I know. You're not ready. You're always not ready. Can't even freeze.
Sick. Forgotten.
Yeah, this is literally a skill issue because every time I want to get a skill ready, it says the skill is not ready. It's actually skill issue, guys. I hate poison too, this is problematic. I'm literally using all my mana to fight these creeps. Kind of feels I'm a little bit under level for this.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh shit.
I'm out of mana.
Either you're out of mana or you're not ready. This is getting pretty tiresome. Not gonna lie. Oh boy. The poison is problematic. I need my ice shield. Oh man, the poison really. Yeah, stop. Why is there so much poison? So much poison! Okay, cool. Great.
You shall feed the flames. You who is touched by hatred.
Alright, just get on with it. Just get on with it. What else you... Oh wait, there's another spot there. Great. I have no time to deal with you. No time to deal with you. Wait, hold on. I need to level up this shit. Wait, coursing currents? Am I supposed to do that one? Okay, hold on. Let me check. Coursing currents? Inner flames? Why is it telling me to go for inner flames? Fiery Surge, Inferno. Coursing currents. Hitting enemies with shock skills increases your... Should I not go for shock? Why is it telling me to go for coursing currents? I don't get it. Oh, it is indeed telling me to do coursing currents. And to build it to level 3, okay. There we go. Aha. Alright. When is this gonna end? Oh, he came to life? What the hell? This behemoth. Okay. Was this a boss fight? Yeah. Oh, it looks like this. Hey, where did you go, sir? Oh, this is a boss fight indeed. Oh, shoot! That's a lot of damage! You better drop some pots. Getting my ass kicked. There we go. Oh, adequately enough. Woo! That's a lot of fire, man. That's a lot of firepower, I'm not gonna lie. Woo! What the hell? The damage is insane. Oh man. Yeah, I'm losing daylight here. I need to be smart fighting this dude. Oh boy. Yeah, this is oh boy.
I need time to prepare that.
Oh, gonna die. I may need to run away from this fight in just a minute. Yeah, I'm pretty sure try to stun him a bit. Oh boy. Why can't I TP past him? What the hell?
I need time to prepare.
Yeah, no shit. Oh boy. It's getting real spicy. Yeah, I just need to stun you. Whoa! Okay, not cool. This is problematic. Oh boy. Get that? Yeah. Woo! Okay.
You will never
Alright.
harm another soul.
You will never harm another soul indeed. What the heck, man? That was a boss fight and a half. Whoa. Okay, I think we got some good loot from that though. Okay. You will never harm. Oh wow, what a fight. Okay, let's see if we got anything good from this. Oh yeah, we got something. We got something. It's not a rare helm for sure. But we could probably fit something in. Caged Heart of a Lion. Does it go in there? No, it does not. Could probably put some armor on it. That would be great. That was way more intense than I expected it to be. Surprisingly. Ice Shards has been granted to you by an item. Ice Shards? Ooh. Is that a new skill or something? That's interesting. Everything else is kinda meh. Ooh, okay. Man, we didn't even get to clear the dungeon that we want just yet, which is the Underroot dungeon. I guess we got a bunch of stuff to sell off right now. Wait, hold on. Jeez, man, what was that though? Oh, what's going on here? Stronghold. Rekindle the Wanderer. Oh, yeah, okay, we need to hit there first. Yikes. Thanks for playing the songs though on the ocarina to encourage me. It does kind of help, I guess. Thanks, Perry. Souls have been restored. Oh, is this a waypoint now? TohVahKiin conquered. Wait, did we unlock a waypoint down here? Ah, this is indeed a waypoint. And then hopefully that shows us where Underroot... Wait, there's supposed to be a dungeon somewhere here, right? Like Underroot or something. Like, once we clear it, we should be able to get, like, TohVahKiin? Like, they call it TohVahKiin or something? No, not TohVahKiin. They call it Underroot. It should be here somewhere. It's still not showing up in my map for... Oh, maybe it's here, actually somewhere in the middle here. Alright. Hold on. Yeah, kinda... Okay, let's make out. Maybe it's somewhere in here. Unless I am missing something. TohVahKiin. Cat Baru... No, it shouldn't be. It should be in Skull's Glen region here, so it should be somewhere here. I remember it's supposed to be around here, but... Let's go and clear this Shroud of Darkness. The Druid sank, yeah. That was a tough fight though. Kind of feels I was ill prepared for it, but hey, at least we can sell some stuff here, I think. Can we? Oh, this is Underroot! Yes, we're supposed to do this one. Okay, cool. Let's sell some stuff here and then we can call it a night. Can we sell stuff here? Oh, it looks like we cannot. Like, wait, hold on. There's a jeweler up there. Did we hit level 30 though? Travelers beware. A dark figure has been spotted in a gaunt figure has been spotted in a dark thicket in the deep forest to the south. The possibility that Blood Mad Lord Eonan has returned from the grave is too dangerous to ignore. Whoever that Blood Eonan is. Oh, we're not 30 yet. Shit. Yeah, I know. Ara. Oh, we could craft some stuff. Bite Berry Gallowin. Rare leather used for improving armor. Oh, we should probably craft some of this, right? If not, like, it's kind of useless for us to keep holding so much. Maybe just 24. 30, 34? We just craft 34. Silver ore. I know something is used to upgrade our weapons as well, so I'll just use 5
quantity indeed.
Yeah, I might as well just use all of this because God knows when we had the chance to utilize this again. Gallow Vine. We have a lot of Gallow Vine, so refine resources. Fight berry. Yeah, we have a lot of this. Holy shit.
Excellent.
Gallow Vine, Blight Shade. I'll use 5 of these. We have way too much of this. Howler Moss. All resources. I think you can use it to craft elixirs. Yep, there we go. Weak elixir of lightning resistance. Actually, you know what? I need a elixir of poison. How about that? Elixir of... Hey, I really hate poison. Oh, I need Howler... I crafted all the Howler Moss. Weak Third Eye. Increase dodge by 4% and experience by 5% for 30 minutes. Weak Iron Barb Elixir. Increase iron and increase... Yeah, let's make this one.
Excellent.
Excellent. Actually, I don't have a lot of... like, these things. So I might as well use them in just a bit. Weak Crushing Elixirs. Can I sell stuff though? Oh, okay, I can sell stuff here. Yeah, not using that, not using that, not using that. So far I've not had to craft or salvage any stuff, which is interesting. Cage torn back. Okay, you know what? I think we're good. Do we have any weapon that's actually good here? It's all just like authority further. Empty vicious malignant sword. Should I get this? Is it worth getting this? Crowd control duration plus 1 rank of all defensive skill. Damage reduction from close. 2% damage reduction from close enemy. Resistance to all elements 0.5%. Ooh. And this one also has a vicious malignant slot. Do I have a vicious one or is it a brutal heart? Okay. I need a brutal heart. Empty brutal magnet. I think we need to get more vicious stuff, right? Okay, you know what? Never mind. Let's get into the dungeon then, because that's what we came here for. And then we can call it a night on the stream. Also, thank you everyone for stopping by and staying on the stream. Really appreciate it. It would be so cool if you guys could give me a follow over on Punch as well. I am co-streaming this on Punch. That's where you can watch me ad-free too. And it would be cool if you could boost up the numbers so that we can host someone later that's maybe doing playing Diablo as well. Is it an S dungeon? No. I'm in World Tier 2, so I'm not sure what quantifies as a S dungeon. It is definitely a dungeon that I'm trying to clear in order to get certain aspects that I need. I'm not sure if you play Diablo yourself, newbie. But in Diablo, there are this thing called aspects that help boost your stats. Whether it is depending on the type of attacks that you have or the type of defense that you have. What is going on here? Okay, someone's like, this place definitely is not right. Then again, it's Diablo. And everything here is not right. I'm also not sure how you can call fire from the heavens in the dungeon. It absolutely does not make sense. Slay all elements. Okay, so I'm supposed to slay all enemies in the Labyrinth of Rot. Yes, because I need my aspect too, guys. Shambling Hops. No biggie. This should be quite straightforward compared to the boss fight that we had earlier on, guys. I'm not too worried about this. As a matter of fact, the enemies don't seem to be putting up a whole lot of resistance here. I just hope I'm going the right way. Oh, jeez, that cave in? Is it trapping us? Is it not? It's not trapping us? Hold on. These doors. I need a key, apparently. Okay. Right. Give me your best shot, guys. Hit me with your best shot while I TP away.
I need time to prepare.
Oh, shut up. You always need time. Oh, well, this is literally the army of the undead, guys. And that thing's gonna explode. Oh, with... Oh! Devious Malignant Invoker, okay. Cool. Oh shit, alright. Forgot again that that thing does explode. Okay, hold on. I have an Invoker, right, with me. So... Vast Focus, wait, hold on. Yeah, I have an Invoker. Oh, should I... maybe I should invoke something, right? Actually, I should just use invokers, right? Like, there's no point in keeping the invokers, isn't it, guys? Yeah, maybe I should summon them. Well, not in the dungeons at least. Alright, here we go. We're going deeper! Oh, chest. And of course, it's a threat. Goes without saying. Whoa. Oh, that guy friskied it. Bloodthirsty shambling corpse. Is it like sucking blood from us? And I'm gonna protect myself.
I'm out of mana.
Oh shit. No. Alright, there we go. Easy does it. War sword? Oh, I'm not I don't think I can carry that. Huh. Okay, good. We're getting some more unique items here. Compared to... Oh! I should have known that freaking... Cheat. There's a cheat shot right there.
I'm not ready yet.
No! I'm TPing out of here. Yo, that's way too much, guys. There's a lot going on here. It's a little bit hard for me to take in. Oh boy. Yeah. I need to get... Guys,
I'm not ready yet.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna die. That was so dumb. I actually TP'd right into the middle of the block. Fantastic. Great. Again, in Diablo, if you're not dying, you're not trying, right? That was a lot. I'm actually dying to this dungeon more so than freaking... Yeah, I just need to get better armor. Look at the amount of enemies, holy shit. And then, too heavily reliant on armor, I'm gonna die again. Wow. Seriously, that stun. That stun. That stun. Okay, it doesn't help the fact that my armor is like degrading. My durability is going down. Yeah, I need to play this smart. Take them out one by one. That is a lot of mobs, guys.
I lack limited money.
Yeah, the stun really does a ton of damage to that. Now I just stun that as well. Whoa! That thing's gonna blow. Yeah, let's play cat and mouse a bit. I think I've lured away most of these folk. Yeah, that's a lot of damage right there. Oh! Got some devious, another malignant invoker. Alright. Getting real spicy, guys. Getting real spicy. Got some gold, got gloves. I ran out of space in the inventory for this. Alright. Where are the rest of them at? Oh, you're still here? Alright, cool, cool. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, cool. Snowfly swarm? What is a snowfly swarm doing in here? Yes, thing's gonna explode, right? Yep. The swarm. And yeah, you're still here. There we go. Oh, okay, so that was the last bit of the mobs. No wonder it was so tough. Let's see what you got, son. And Howler Moss. That's it? Just a bunch of health? Okay, a little bit underwhelming, not gonna lie. But at least we got it done. Just leave the dungeons. Okay, well, that was underwhelming. And we died a few times. Okay, we need to go repair our armor. Let's TP back to... It's either gonna be Ket Baru or Kyovashat. Okay, TP back to Sarigar, okay. Alright, I think we're done for the night, guys. Pretty happy with the spoils. Now we just need to make sure we affix... well, we need to make sure that the aspect is affixed properly. Or whether or not... Let's check whether or not we can affix the aspect. Actually, you know what? Let's go sell some... Let's go sell some armor. Or salvage them. Whichever comes first. There's a new salvageable. Ooh, Plague Spruce. Plague Spruce. Okay. New salvage. Okay, interesting. It's been a while since we got something salvageable, which means this is something we've not encountered before. Interesting. Okay. Agony Splitter, Arcane Blitz. Ooh. Okay. I guess we could sell some of these. Okay, I'm not selling these since we can salvage it. I'm gonna sell this,
Shake on
this. What is this attached to the Serpent Vine? Critical Strike. Diamond doesn't.
I'll work on that later.
And 272 Amulet against 8. Nah, we're definitely selling this one.
Come back when your second skin needs
The
a
drops
bandage.
have not been good as of late, not gonna lie. Okay, wait, which one do we use to... salvage, yes. Mentor Onus, rare stuff. Interesting. We haven't had to salvage stuff for a while, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's check out our...
I cannot do that here.
You sure about that? Okay, let's see whether or not we can get our aspect imprinted. I mean, might as well, right? We imprint our aspect onto... This is empty socket for... Is it a malignant empty socket though? Let me see. Oh, it's not. Although, overpower damage, fire resistance, ultimate skill damage, bear resistance to all, critical strike damage, 12 thorns, poison resistance. Yeah, I could use this. Poison resistance. Might as well upgrade this with the Codex of Power, which recently we should have just acquired from... What's that? The... Chain Lightning? No, wait, it's the Underroot, right? We got it from Underroot. Unlocked by calling Underroot in Scotland. Wait, did I just cleared that. Huh? How come I cannot get yet? Yeah, I thought I just cleared Underroot in Scotland. Did I not just clear the dungeon? Wait, hold on. Am my eyes deceiving me? Wait, something's up. Wait, hold on. Did I not just clear this dungeon? Like, bro. Rewarded on first completion. Aspect of Expectant. Yeah, did I not just clear this? Rewarded on first completion. Huh? Wait, let me go back and check. Did I not just clear it? Why am I not able to get the aspect? That's strange. That's really weird. Okay, let me figure that out. Don't tell me I have to do it again. I should have cleared it. Huh, interesting. Unless I'm supposed to clear it without dying. Is that what I mean by clearing it first time? That shouldn't be the case. Okay, let's do it again. Just for good measure. Shouldn't take too long. And this time at least we know what works, what doesn't work. That is really strange. Okay, we got definitely a more powerful weapon now in the form of this stuff. And at least we got poison resistance, which is... Actually, you know what? I might as well drink an elixir while we're at it. Alright, elixir. Elixir. Consumables. Increase over damage. Yeah, we go. Alright. That should help a little. Yeah. At least I get more we get more bang for my buck in here. And the layout definitely is different now. Woo. Okay, of course we gotta be a tad more careful.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, yeah. That fear. War stuff. Okay. Oh, they've been moving a lot faster because of that health. Right, yeah, go this way. I thought I cleared it, but clearly I did not. I gotta be smart about this. Did I just bug out? Oh boy.
I'm not ready yet.
Breathe. Jump up. Oh boy. That malignant thing? Yeah. Yeah, that's a malignant thing.
I need time to prepare.
You always need time to prepare. This is taking way too much energy. Woo. Oh boy. That's a shit ton of damage. Always forget that these things explode.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh boy. Yeah. Spicy. Okay, I need to get more pots ready. Oh no. We'll move forward.
I need time to prepare that.
This is the item. Vessels. Yeah, vessels containing pans, alright. Alright. Swarms. Can the swarms give me... Oh wait, there was supposed to be a boss fight that I'm supposed to partake in? Okay, maybe that's why I did not clear the dungeon. Alright.
I'm not ready yet.
Ooh, yo, this is spicy. This is very spicy. I gotta Yeah, there's no way I'm running out of this, is it?
I need time to prepare that.
Oh boy! Yeah, this is real spicy. Oh my god. Woo! Oh, good. Who knew I needed pot so badly, right? Oh, it's running out of mana.
I need time to prepare that.
Yo, that's spicy. Oh, spicy. Okay, okay. I don't remember the dungeon being this tough. I guess we are doing it right now. For sure. Yeah, well, these abominations. What's this? Skittering abominations, they call it? Yeah, those are problematic. Yes, reward. Ara ara. Very ara ara.
I need time to prepare that.
Okay, let's got some stuff here. Whoa, okay. We got the host thing here. Whoa! You see that lightning bounce, guys? Damn. Diamonds and stuff, okay. There's more here. I think I did not clear the entire dungeon, that's the problem. I thought I cleared it. I thought they said I cleared it. Unless they're telling me to clear it without dying, then we can unlock it. Oh.
I'm not ready yet.
Always not ready! Whoa, okay, that came out of nowhere. I think I need to upgrade to have my ulti, then this will be a lot easier. Oh god. Yeah, I just walked right into that, didn't I? Holy shit. Yeah, give me. There we go. 28, let's go. Wait, do I get any? There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Critical strike with short skills increase your movement speed. Enemies deal 5% damage. Which one should I go first? Let me check. Electrocution. Okay, I guess I could go for either one first. But I think I need more protection.
And out of mana.
Yeah, no shit. Can I go this way? Yeah, I drop a bunch of stuff here.
I need time to prepare that.
Oh yeah, this is definitely this is definitely turning out to be a lot different from earlier on, guys.
I need time to prepare that.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is getting real tiring, guys. Not gonna lie. Gather around, children. Let me give you a nice chilling lesson in learning not to mess around with a sorcerer or sorceress in this case. Yeah. Okay, I'm definitely gonna call it a night after this. This is this is getting real tiring and repetitive. Return the ancient statue to the pedestal. Oh wait, that's another mission now. Wait, hold on. Return the ancient statue to the pedestal. Okay, I'm guessing it's further in that we have to return it. Alright. I probably could use increased levels of that TP. The teleportation would have been very useful. Very nice. Oh boy. That's gonna... I'm not sure if it's such a good idea to use fire.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh boy. Hey Ziggs, welcome in. I see you from my periphery. Thanks for the heal hydrate. I will do just that. I'm done clearing these mobs, which are problematic. All these skittering abominations and shit. Oh boy. Yeah, I should be done with this long time ago, but apparently I did not clear the dungeon properly the first time round. This is not... it's the same sorcerers from the last time round. Yes. Not the... it's not a new one. Yeah. Nothing new. It's improved for sure. It's not new. Not new and improved. It's just improved. How are you, man? Ziggs. Also, can we give a shout out to you? Oh shit! I need to clear these guys first. I'm playing this Underroot dungeon basically because I want to get an aspect for it. I died a couple of times earlier on, and supposedly I thought I cleared that dungeon, but it looks like I did not. I want help. I'm actually ending soon because I've been streaming for a good 3 hours already, so I do want to call it a night. Next time, but next time. Unfortunately, I did die a couple of times early on, so I definitely need to. Oh shit! I definitely need to change my armor up a bit later, or maybe yeah. I should actually. It reminds me, I should go and repair my armor. Yeah, come. Let me shout you out. Ziggs, I hope you are returning to stream soon, sooner than later. I miss watching your streams. And if you guys don't know, actually Ziggs is the oh wow, what the hell is that? Ziggs is one of the first streamers that I caught and taught me so much that I know about streaming. You're playing that ancient Apex Legends, huh? You don't think it'll come back anytime soon? Is there like a time frame for that? Or like I'm just really busy with work to the point where you can't decide. How's the event? Oh, it was insane. Had so much fun. Basically there were a lot of people that I thought couldn't drink, and turns out they could drink, and yeah, we had a party. We had a party for sure. I met so many amazing people. Basically, it's just like a really cool, really good networking social event with really good food, I might add. You know, motivation. I completely understand, and I also know why, because I guess economy has reopened up and stuff, and yeah, there's really not a lot of people in the streaming space anymore, to be quite honest. So I won't be surprised if actually a lot of people start streaming. Actually, for a little bit of time, I also did consider whether or not I should continue streaming and stuff like that. So I don't blame you. But come back wherever you need. Oh wow, you never know. Yeah, I know, right? But I understand why the motivation to stream is not as strong. Oh shit. As it was back then, because like I said, less eyes now on this space than it was before. Now everybody's just like, you know, their main focus is just on short form content. I think that's where the oh shit. Okay, come join me for a very short dungeon run, good sir. I guess. Forgot to protect myself. Protection very important, guys. If you can get here in time, that is. Come, join me in this fight against the undead. There we go. Wow. Okay, look at Ziggs go. Hey, what level are you at? 73, holy shit. Okay. I could have used your help a lot earlier. But it's okay, it's all good. Yeah, I need to clear this Underroot dungeon basically because I need to get the aspect for it. But it's gonna be a lot better now that you're here. Again, you see, same with this Diablo game. Wow, look at you one-tapping all that. Look at you one-tapping. Just need to complete. Yeah. I just need to clear this. Apparently, just to get my call it my aspect. Oh, look at the good. That's about it. Funny thing is, I managed to clear it earlier, but it didn't give me the aspect I wanted. So I think maybe I need to clear it at a certain level. That's why. So yeah. Oh. Look at you one-tapping, man. Holy shit. This is insane. And then I don't even need to heal, man. You have been grinding, huh, good sir? I can tell, I can tell. My SPELLcheck is very underlevel. Okay, wait, let me see if anything here. Don't expose me! Your level already exposed you, what are you talking about? Okay, wait, where are we supposed to go? Shit. Another egg cluster, what the shit? Oh boy. There we go, dungeon complete. Okay, does that mean I get the reward? Okay, cool, I think I got it. Wait, tap. Now we've done it right. Okay. Healing potion capacity is increased to 1 for all characters in this realm. Very nice. You just following? All good. Thank you. Thanks for clearing! Helping me clear this. I think we can safely exit the dungeon. Right? Is it safe? Can we exit? Okay, I go and check whether my aspect has been claimed or not. Then we can call it a night. Okay. Alright. Let me TP back real quick. I just got a bunch of drops again. Okay, very quick. Oh man. That's some nice armor right there. Not gonna lie. But let's see. Maybe I saw that there were some like special drops that were there earlier. Okay, let me arrange. Oh, look at that. Okay, yeah. So we definitely did that, right? Fiend Guard. Yeah, this looks more like it. Yeah, we definitely did that dungeon, right? So, got a lot more special stuff already down here. Got more unique items, unique rings, okay. Very nice. I can put a brutal thing here now. Alright. You know what's good in the hood, guys. Does this put a malignant Vicious Heart. Does it go there? No, it does not. This can result in Vicious wait. Vicious Malignant? This one? Oh, this is Devious. My bad. All Devious. Actually, they have a lot more Devious slots if anything, right? And the boots. Shit, man. Okay. Okay. We definitely got a lot of good drops from this run. Let me attach this armor. I'm gonna take armor on armor. Pyromancy. I don't need pyromancy. Lightning resistance? I don't exactly need lightning resistance as well. I need poison resistance, that's what I need. Newbie Gen, thank you so much again for the raid, I appreciate you. Have a good rest. I'll catch you again real soon, man. Yeah, cheers, cheers. Hey, thanks again. Let me shout you out before I before I give you a Oya Sleep Nasai. I do you a Oya Sleep Nasai, but yes, Oya Sleep Nasai.
Acknowledge me!
Yeah, Newbie Gen raided earlier. Again, I will catch your streams. Was this from earlier on? Hantu hunting with Ace. But yeah, thanks for bringing your amazing community here. I appreciate it.
I have the UV and the
rest
camera.
Well, rest well.
Actually, never mind.
Up closer at a distance. I have weapons for any engagement.
Alright.
Alright.
Hantu. Do you play I guess Oyasumi could have stopped. I think you mean Yamete could have stopped. But yes, Oyasumi Nasai, Oya Sleep Nasai, and all that good stuff. I'll catch you again, good sir, real soon. Sanctified
Well
helm.
struck.
Well struck. Yeah, I think I will. I probably should salvage some of these to get the gems out. Never mind. I think it's probably a bit too late.
This will do nicely.
Well, I'll salvage those later in a bit. Yeah, I think I'll salvage this.
I'll take it off your hands.
Okay, salvage the ring. Salvage the ring. Salvage the ring. Salvage the ring. Get this thing back. Yeah, I'll get this one back. I have way too much money anyway. This is a rare stuff, but apparently I don't have it yet. So yeah, I don't know why I just salvaged it twice. But anyway, I think we're good. I think we're good. Is there anything else that I need to? I probably need to summon like a Devious Malignant at the end of this, just so I can get the Malignant Heart, the Devious Malignant Heart. But yeah, I think we should be fine after this. Okay, anyway. I think we can call it like Zix, thank you so much for hopping in just in time to help me clear that dungeon. I had to clear it twice because for whatever reason it was just not it just did not reflect that I actually cleared it. No, thank you. How do you do that again?
Greetings.
Which was it?
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's for you. Also, I want to shout out all the amazing people who still continue to stay on even though it's really, really late. But yes, guys, it's 12 plus already. Yeah, I don't plan to degen because I got work tomorrow. So it's gonna be. I've not popped into Diablo for like really, really long. So I think Sorcerer has some improvements, but it still feels very paper. Maybe it's my fault. I may be using the wrong build or whatever, you know. But probably not the wrong build, but I probably leveled her up in the wrong way. But we'll see as this goes. I'm not sure if I will spend much more time in Diablo as opposed to other games that I'm currently playing, which is like Breath of the Wild and stuff like that. So you will definitely see me playing more Breath of the Wild in days to come because holy crap, I need to complete that game. It's so damn addictive. But other than that, guys, it's been fun hanging out. Even though initially at the start of the stream we took really long to start. Thanks Blizzard for taking forever, or thanks, should I say, thanks BNet for taking forever to update the damn game. But yeah, we off to find someone to raid. Okay, let me just. I'm gonna exit Diablo temporarily so that it doesn't lag stuff on stream. We're gonna find someone to raid right now. Hey newbie, you're still around. You're still hanging around. That's great. That's fantastic. Okay, guys. The numbers on Kick are looking a little bit thin. It would be cool if you guys can pop on over there and show some support, because Kick has this really funny thing where they need you to have at least 5 people on your stream watching a stream in order to raid off, or in order to host someone on Kick. So it'll be real cool if you guys can pop in there and boost the numbers, because we're gonna find someone that we can host even on Kick as well. Was about to head off when you said your endings. Yeah. I mean, I've always been wanting to I always make sure to end stream around 12ish. At least I try. Hey, guns up! Good morning to you, Mr. Omega. We're about to head on off from tonight's stream. We just ended a very spicy time on Diablo. It's been way too long. So putting in the work and the showing some love of absolutely to Diablo. Hey, no worries, of course. I appreciate every single one of you who are lurking, regardless of what you guys are doing. I had a great time. I did die quite a fair bit, but I did have a really spicy time, so to speak, in the dungeons. It definitely feels a lot different when there's no one carrying you. Hey, but I don't know how you guys feel. I don't know if any of you are still playing Diablo. I don't know how you guys feel about it currently, because it feels like there's not a lot of people coming back to Diablo anymore, and there's like a bunch of other games. It's kind of like Diablo is kind of like the flavor of the month for a bit, and then now it's kind of like died off. But I'm still kind of having fun in this game. I think the fun doesn't really start until we hit World Tier 3, which I will try to put in the work a little bit more just to get there. I think we are almost there because we are at 28. So I think about 50-ish would be World Tier 3, right, guys? Or was it 40? Shit, I can't remember World Tier 3. It's at 40, is it, guys? World Tier 3? Gosh, I'm so out of it, I can't even remember. But anyway, guys, we're gonna send you guys off on the raid on Twitch. Let's see who we can find that is currently streaming, and we should send some alert over to... Okay, there's alright, I know that this guy is oh wait, Sashimi is streaming. Sashimi? I've not seen Sashimi stream for a bit. She's playing Palia. Do you guys know about this game called Palia? Apparently it's like a farming simulator and stuff. Okay, I have 2 choices for you guys to pick from with regards to streaming and who we should check out. We have Leslie NGGG and we have Sashimi Streams. So Sashimi Streams is currently playing Palia, as you guys can see over here. Pali. And of course here we have Leslie. I don't know what he's watching. He's watching, what's this? Somebody. Oh no, this is Smash Mouth. Let's go. He's just watching random music videos, but I'm definitely going to give him a rate because it's been so long since we've rated him. What's the first one? First one was Sashimi Streams. She's also a teacher, but she's a teacher in Malaysia, over in Malaysia. Yeah. And then over on Kick, guys, it will be real cool if you guys can pop like a few views over there. I know some of you are kind of lurking on in the channel on Kick. Help me boost the numbers a little. Help me boost the numbers a little by hopping over, because I do have a guy that I want to raid on Kick. He's called Amaze. Okay, this guy does freestyles on Kick. Like, he raps on Kick itself. He does a lot of freestyle, so I'm thinking of checking it out. And recently he got accepted into this creators program on Kick. It's called the Kick Creators Program, where you actually get paid by streaming per hour. So I thought we should go over and show him some love. Maybe he'll drop us a freestyle as we head on over there. Hey, Mr. Omega, yes, good to see you here. Good to see you on there. Alright, I gotta put him on lock first, alright? Hello. Okay, we need to let the numbers register a little bit first before it pops on up. Okay, let me go to my creator dashboard for a bit. Okay, oh, sashimi rated out. Okay, never mind. I guess we know who we are going to right now. That means we'll be heading to Mr. Leslie NGGG. Alright, okay. Alright, let's show some love to Leslie NGGG, alright guys? He is... Okay, I met him for the first time while we were at the LFG event over the recent weekend on Sunday. He's a really chill dude. So we gotta send him some love. Thanks for putting up the raid message, Dexifer. Thanks for popping back. And Amins, I see you as well. We are about to head off to raid people. We just cleared some dungeons in Diablo and killed a few mobs. We're gonna send you guys over just to GGG, and then on Kick, we're gonna send you over if we can. If the numbers are registering, is it registering? If the numbers are registering on, like, Kick, come on, please register, please register. Only 4 views. Like, also, why is my camera like? This, I swear to God, this AI thing is not working half the time. Okay, there we go. It doesn't fix on my face. Okay, we just need one more view. Those of you who are on Twitch, like, help me bump up the views because I really want to host this guy by the name of Amaze. Okay, yeah, you see here, guys? Host channel. Yeah. I need like 5 viewers to host. Okay, we just need one more of you to come here. But I'll prepare the raid for those of you over on Twitch. Yeah. Okay. Alright. We'll just wait. But alright. It would be really cool if you guys can stay on for all the raids. Also, thank you, Lowell Isaac. Isaac, if you're still around, thank you so much for the sub. I hope I made your day. Thank you, Poponat, for the raid of 45,000. That's a shit ton of people. Also, thank you so much, NewbieGen, for the raid as well. Again, guys, if you've not dropped me a follow, please drop me a follow so you know when I go live, both on Twitch and on Kick. And again, I'm available on Discord. Do pop on in because that's where you can find my schedule. Okay, since we are waiting, right, I might as well tell you guys that I have a new schedule that's available as well. Those of you who have seen my Twitter will know that I recently did up a new format for the schedule. And one thing cool about this schedule is that you can save it as your screen wallpaper or as your mobile wallpaper. Really cool stuff right there, okay? So tomorrow, or in a few hours time, what is going to happen is that we are going to be watching we're going to be watching Star Wars Rebels tomorrow on my Discord, guys, at 9 PM, okay? So I hope you guys can hop on in, okay? Why are we watching Star Wars Rebels on tomorrow? aka Friday, alright, is because we are preparing for Ahsoka. Okay, the Ahsoka series that's coming out on Disney Plus very, very soon. On the 27th, actually, of August. Okay, so I can't wait for it. It's gonna be a very great series. Hopefully in the same vein as The Mandalorian, alright? So it'll be real cool if you guys could stop by and check out this and watch this show together with me. It's gonna be specially curated episodes of Star Wars Rebels Season 1. Okay, we're not gonna watch the entire Star Wars Rebels, it's just curated episodes. Because if we watch all the seasons, alright, we're definitely not gonna finish it in one night. So we're gonna only watch the must-see episodes. And a lot of it ties into Ahsoka, the series itself. Okay, so hope to see you guys there. Again, guys, the numbers on Kick are looking a bit thin, but okay, if we cannot get enough people on Kick itself, then we'll just raid on off to Leslie NGGG. Alright, guys? Did he just... Oh, it's just lagging out. Okay, never mind. Alright, we'll send you guys over, in that case, to Leslie NGGG. Thank you so much for hopping by the streams. Hope to see you guys on my... in my Discord again for the for the Star Wars Rebels watch party. Okay, this is TohVahKiin signing out. Have a great Friday ahead, and if the numbers suddenly jump up on Kick, right, then we'll host. No, thank you guys for staying on. Thank you guys, absolutely. Okay. Let's get to know a little bit more about Leslie NGGG. Like I said, in person he's such a nice and chill dude, and he's even better on stream, so he's watching some really interesting stuff. I think some really classic stuff right now. I won't spoil it for you guys, but we'll send you right over, okay? Leslie NGGG. Alright. Let's rock and roll. Oh, also I need to copy and paste my own raid message before I forget. Yeah, here's the funny thing about OBS. A lot of the functionality that they have on the browser version of Twitch is not available on OBS. So I don't know when they're gonna fix that. Alright. But guys, have a good night. Oya sleep nasai. This is TohVahKiin signing out, and God bless. I'll catch you guys on my Discord watch party in just a few hours. Alright? I'll see you.